Everybody, the first match is going to start in 3 minutes, so take your seats, please. Take your seat. everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you guys tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to the quarterfinals of the 2025 Air Sprint Private Aviation Canadian Open. We have 4 outstanding matches tonight. The first is no exception. We've got the 4th seed and the 6th seed doing battle this evening. They both have battled their way through without being upset. I'd like to first introduce the 6th seed. He is from England. He has reached 20 PSA finals. He has 9 titles to his name. His highest ranking, he's been as high as 22 in the world. He's currently number 38, and he's been looking very impressive so far in this event. Put your hands together, everybody, from England, Mr. Nathan Lake. His opponent, who has 16 titles to his name, and I believe his first was right here in Calgary when he was 17 years old at the Bankers Hall tournament. He has 27 finals. He has been playing very good squash and has been improving this year. He is currently ranked number 16 in the world, and he has just become the highest ranked Mexican ever in the history of the sport. Put your hands together for a number 4 seed, Leo Cardenas. Match is 3 out of 5. I'll turn it over.
Welcome to the Canadian Men's Open here in Calgary, Canada. The event is sponsored by Air Sprint Private Aviation. Mr. Mike Knapp, who's been a big supporter of this event for the 3 years where we've been in the Bow Valley Square Shopping Centre. And it's quarterfinals night, day 3 of this bronze status event on the PSA World Tour. I'm Johnny Williams, and tonight I have great pleasure once again of going through these matches with Vanessa Atkinson.
Good evening, Johnny.
Kicking off, if we see in the background in the yellow shirt, Nathan Lake. He'll be up against Leo Cardenas at his highest world ranking and the highest ranked Mexican ever, as we just heard from Dean Brown. England's Nick Wall, who likes to play this event. He's won it previously up against the Iron Marshal, Victor Crouin. Mohamed ElShorbagy, the Beast of Bristol, the number 1 seed. Well, he'll be up for revenge against Gregoire Marche. And the Hammer of Thor had a great win, turning back the clock against Charlie Lee, up against the Jet of Switzerland, Dimitri Steinmann. Great lineup, Vanessa.
It is, lots of English interest actually. It could have been in all 4 matches if, as you said, Omar Mosaad hadn't managed to stage that brilliant comeback from 2-love down. But yeah, the big ticket has got to be the ElShorbagy matchup with Gregoire Marche, obviously a repeat of their round 2 match at the Texas Open just a couple of weeks ago.
No doubt, and we will cross that bridge when we get there at 6:30 or perhaps a bit later. You can see tonight, as we're now in the quarterfinal stage, the conditions here at 1,045 metres in Calgary, in the state of Alberta. We're just not far away from the Rocky Mountains. And it's tricky out there with this altitude, Vanessa. We're seeing it all the time. Players go through phases, ups and downs, where they go into a bit of physical suffering, come out of it, but controlling that mid-court area is so important.
Yeah, you've got to manage that very well. We've seen it can hit players quite suddenly. Obviously, that's going to give a slight advantage to the Mexican player here, who will be much more accustomed to playing at altitude. You know, I think we will often see quite a lot of this South American players competing in this event. And also quite lively, the court is lively, which tends to be at altitude. So again, tactically, you have to sort of plan your game around those two facts.
Yeah, and as the booming sounds of AC/DC Thunderstruck come through the airwaves, I do love that, by the way, as you can imagine.
Did you request this?
No. I remember seeing them 1990 live in Brisbane.
Wow, showing your age.
I couldn't hear for 3 days afterwards. the Hell's Bells. They really were Hell's Bells. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Cardenas, born in Mexico at altitude, he's got that, really, you can see with his chest, he's got a big chest, a bit like Rodriguez. Joey always talks about the barrel-chested guys from altitude, and he looked comfortable yesterday in his run out against Tom Walsh. Tom, who's been, you know, on the improve and steadily pushing up. Everything that Tom could throw at him was fended off nicely, and I think that he, at 16 in the world, this guy for me is a group, you know, Yusuf Ibrahim, even Yusuf Solomon is knocking on the door. He wants to go to the top 10, and you can see that he's very focused on what he's doing.
Yeah, he seems to be very professional with the way he goes about things. He's been consistently improving throughout the last few seasons. Hasn't really plateaued at any point, and you know, right there now at 16 in the world, and as you said, was very, very impressive in his first match here.
Yeah, the ranking is a perfect graph, lineal progression. This is where it does, yeah, it's going to get tough though now for him, because in the men's game in particular, I just think that top 16, there's a traffic jam, I would say, right now. When you get in the mid-teens, it's a massive traffic jam to go further. Two each, so they've shared those 4 matches. What's the good news there for Lake, Vanessa?
I mean, the fact that he's won twice. The last 2 have gone to Cardenas, the more recent ones, but in Lake's favour slightly is that the recent one, which was very recent, earlier this month, did go to 5. He lost out 11-5 in the 5th to the Mexicans, 73 minutes. And Cardenas actually went on to make the final there, just losing out to Cole in the final.
We will start in 15 seconds. Air Sprint Private Aviation Canadian Men's Open 2025 quarterfinal match. Nathan Lake of England to serve. Leonel Cardenas of Mexico to receive best of 5 games. Love all.
So Nathan Lake of England gets the quarterfinals of the Men's Canadian Open into action. Would expect that Cardenas is going to make this first phase lengthy. He'll be really trying to put some testing rallies in here early on. He was quite patient with Walsh yesterday as well.
He was, yeah. I mean, I think he's going to be well aware of the fact that, you know, at altitude he's going to possibly have that physical edge. The squash was very, very accurate. I think Nathan Lake needs to sort of manage those conditions well, sort of pick his punches quite cleverly, manage the pace well, not sort of let it get too frantic. He hits very good lines, Nathan Lake. He's capable of playing quite accurately down those side walls. And he's not going to be able to avoid these sort of lengthy rallies, but if he can sort of manage the pace quite well.
Well, as expected, this rally heads past a minute already, and as I said, Cardenas is going to send that message out. You can just hear the crack of those drives that he's playing, Vanessa. It's not like he's just pushing the ball around, he's putting pace in there as well.
Yes, you can see just Lake just throwing in the odd slow ball at times. And then opening up when he feels like he's got a bit more space. That's a nice shot.
See what, that ball looks even bouncier than what we saw the previous 2 nights, and that's definitely due to the crowd that we have in tonight. We know how they are here, Vanessa. They get quite raucous and noisy.
Yeah, we've obviously had the sort of afternoon matches, which have been a little bit quieter. Not as many people in, not as many beers down them. But this evening, I think they could end up getting quite loud.
Oh, this is it's official. This is a monster opening rally, and look at the reaction of Nathan Lake and the crowd. It's a good way to get the crowd on your side, Vanessa, is
One love.
G them up and
Left box.
go with them. 2.5 minutes that rally.
I was talking to someone and he said there's quite a lot of betting goes on in the crowd during the match, not online betting, just amongst themselves, which is quite interesting, but actually live betting on what's going to happen, like who's going to win the next point.
Oh, goodness. And then with the consumption, all those beers as well, I think there's a few bad calls probably being made.
Well, yeah, maybe they're betting on, you know, refs calls, things like that, all sorts. So if you hear sort of big cheers, maybe when they're not expected, then that's probably why.
Yeah,
someone's won a big bet.
Well, that definitely probably had a bit to do with that noise from that first rally. Obviously, some boys had cashed in on late winning. Line again.
And
Cardenas is showing that the other side of the coin with his ability to defend. He's having to do a little bit of heavy work at the back. As long as he keeps that score ledger in balance, I think he'll be okay with that. But he's quite conservative with his short game at the moment, Cardenas. See there again, those 2 forehand attacks. I feel like he could do a bit more with it, actually.
Yeah, Lake with just that little bit more severity to his hitting so far. But even though the rallies are long, he's managing the pace well. It's not too frantic. He's not being sort of really stretched out repeatedly with his movement. It's all sort of within his capabilities physically so far. Oh, just clipped the bottom of the line, I think.
Ball was out, yes. No, I'm sure. Hand out.
So tough, those.
1-2.
If it's in by a couple of millimetres, I mean, that's another AI sort of thing for me, you know, that could be solved with that in the future.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will come in at some point.
Down.
He shanked that completely.
2-all.
Hooked it.
Yes, let.
Well, he's really
Right
not
box,
opening the
2
court
all.
up at all. Nathan Lake is keeping that ball very, very straight. He's making sure that it's getting through to the back, not leaving anything sort of half court.
Stroke to Lake.
Yeah, Cardenas is just a little bit conservative with his attacks on that short line, Vanessa. I think that he could have the approach to, you know, the ball's not going to stay short in these conditions, and it is very bouncy, but you can still run it in tight with a bit of sharpness and a bit of bite on it.
Yeah, maybe just slightly more edgy at the start of this. Only, you know, we're only 5 points in.
Stroke to Cardenas.
It's got to be a stroke as well.
you can still always show a bit of threat
3-all.
of the long ball, you know, but yeah, he's got a plan. You can see that he is quite happy to extend things out here.
Out.
Just a few errors creeping in from
4-3.
Nathan Lake after this good start.
Yeah, the points that he's won, he's really won with really good squash, but there's just been, you know, 2 or 3 sort of cheap gifts, really. Oh, that was a little bit over-ambitious.
5-3.
Slightly awkward ball at his feet.
Has Cardenas hit a winner? Just getting back to your point, Vanessa, I'm not sure. All of his points have been racked up with unforced errors from Lake. And you've got to expect that with the skills that Cardenas possesses, you know, we're going to see some balls going into the front court with high quality for him as we move on here. If I was with those boys right now, that's what I'd be starting the betting ring on, that Cardenas is going to hit a winner.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really made any errors either, bar that sort of stroke, but he doesn't want to be relying on Lake making errors. Take the game by the scruff of the neck. Just, yeah, slightly passive, perhaps.
What is the scruff on the neck? I really do wonder.
That's where you pick up the puppy.
Ah, okay. So the puppy is scruffy.
The scruff of the neck.
Scruffy's a bit messy, isn't it? A bit untidy.
Yeah.
Another error. Game plan. Cardenas is working a treat.
6-3.
Extended out. Hard searching rallies
6-3.
early on. And he's got the desired result.
Stop. Careful, okay? Yes, let.
Yep.
Yep, I understand. Yep.
Good outcome there. The ball was
6-3.
not a winner, but it was still a bit of distance between Cardenas and that's where the ball's second bounce landed.
Yes, let. 6-3.
But yeah, he's 6'3", 3-point cushion here without really being particularly proactive with the squash, but then maybe that is the game plan. Knowing that if he can keep the rallies quite lengthy, that, you know, Lake knows that he's going to have to find winners. And if he senses then a slight drop off physically, then maybe we'll see him start to explore the front of the court a little bit more.
Yeah, what he did yesterday was similar in a way. Obviously, Tom Walsh was probably pushing up a bit more and hunting the volley on the backhand, so there was a bit more exchanges going on in the front left, but he waited for the ball to drop off in the second game, and then he started to use the straight attack a lot. I feel that what he's doing is he's going to force Nathan Lake's hander a little bit. He's going to have to take the ball in short. He cannot just keep doing this.
No. Hand out. 4-6.
It's in doubt, but I don't think he'd be unhappy with the way that rally was played out, Cardenas. Good physical rally.
Out.
Third out of court.
Handout
Along with that,
7-4.
we had the forehand, which was a bit shanked, just sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very lively. Altitude, slightly more difficult maybe to control those lifts. I don't think it's a bad tactic. You know, he's going to have to lift out of those corners when he's under pressure. Important shot that he's going to need to utilise, but certainly can't afford to be throwing the ball out of court that often.
Down. Handout
Couple of errors
5-7.
from Cardenas, just allowing Lake to keep himself close on the scoreboard.
Good width. This is a good working rally. Cardenas is just starting to get Nathan Lake a little bit stuck behind him, and that is the end result. This is the new version of Cardenas, you know, just not panicking after a couple of errors. Vanessa
And
very
8-5.
just keeps doing his business out there, and his B game is just so much stronger now. I mean, looking at his results recently, he had a 91-minute match with Paul Cole. Now, that is going to do, even though he lost, it's just going to do so much for his confidence in how he knows he can just work through these tough phases out there.
Yeah, that was off the back of, you know, 3 previous wins, one of which was against Nathan Lake and was pretty long as well, close to 80 minutes, I think. So he's also backing up.
Starting to see the earlier version of him, which was I remember seeing him play the US Open one year, and he was a lot heavier than what he is now, but he was going for nicks off serve, and at that time I thought, wow, this guy's got some serious racket talent, and he's just morphed into this machine really that's on the march towards the top 10. It's an error again. He's probably, the boast is, we've seen 2 of those go on the tin. I'm not even sure that he needs to play from there. He seems to just be getting a hold of Nathan Lake here in these last couple of rallies. I bet you $10 Canadian that Cardenas wins. The next point, Vanessa, damn.
And out.
It's all over that.
9-6.
Well, he was handed it more than won it.
It's a fraction late.
Sort of trading errors a little bit really in this game. It's been a high error count from both players.
Oh, it's a really good rally, this one. Things have opened up a little bit around the front as well.
Every time it quickens up, Lake just throws in that slower ball. Oh, wonderful.
He had to come up with that, I feel, Vanessa. I reckon that chest will be heaving of Nathan Lake,
And
because
7-9.
the last phase of this game, he's just been a little bit stuck behind Cardenas. And oh, it's good play from Lake. It was interesting that Cardenas was the one that went for the cheap option off serve. Trusty backhand drop to set him up for a nice follow-up. Pretty clear is that Cardenas wants to keep the majority of play on this side of the court, Vanessa.
No lets.
That's why the... Also, I think on that forehand on that...
I didn't see anything wrong. It was minimal, but the shot was a winning shot.
Correct decision. Nathan Lake was just heading towards the left. You just watch this. Just having a little look there, and that's what
game ball
left him stranded. But Cardenas, right from the start with the forehand volley, going straight, but quite safe as well. Keeping it out of that left side area as Nathan Lake. That's why, because when he parks himself there,
and out 9-10.
A lot of threats. One game ball is gone. Good work on this straight side. Oh, what a drop shot. Wonderful exchange there, front right. That is, oh.
Jammy is what it's called.
Jammy.
10-all.
He was
the player
reaching
must
back,
win by 2 points.
trying to play a cross court deep. And he wins the lottery.
What a time to pull that one out of the bag, forcing the tie break.
It's picked up though, hasn't it? The quality's gotten a lot better in the last phase of this first game. Got a lot to do with the fact that Nathan Lake is, that's going to be a stroke, unfortunately. His line hitting has just been, I feel like the quality's been a little bit better.
And out
that's what he has to
11-10.
obviously bring that.
Game ball.
Cardenas's foot speed, he has an advantage there around the court. Game ball for the third time now for Cardenas. Crowd, you can hear them, they like that, good defense. Well done there from Cardenas, he was under pressure, but he just managed it very well.
Oh.
That's out, yeah.
12-10,
Again, he needs the height, he needs those lifts,
but
but just overcooking it again.
Very good end to an entertaining first game, 23 minutes, and most of that was played in the last phase there. Both players lifted. Great stuff, crowd enjoying it, 12-10. The Mexican leads 1-0.
Well, what's not to enjoy about that first game? Very free-flowing, very few decisions as well. A game of cat and mouse, both sort of plotting out the rallies. Quite sort of high quality, lots of straight hitting, very tight down the walls. Nathan Lake, I feel like his tactics are pretty spot on. Just needs to keep that error count down. Cardenas will be pretty relieved, I think, to have taken that first game. He's got quite a bit of work into the Englishman. Managed to sneak it in the tiebreak. 1-0 Mexico.
See there on the score worm that
60
6-3 for Cardenas, and that had a lot to do with the fact that Nathan Lake had made some rather poor unforced errors. I don't think Cardenas had hit a winner until that stage, but Lake certainly got his house in order in the back half of that game. But Cardenas' defense just held strong, Vanessa, but I do feel that he's overdoing it on that right-hand side, because by doing that, he's actually taking away his backhand attacks, which are his stronger side for attacking, I feel.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll sort of change tack slightly.
30 seconds.
If that ball temperature starts to drop off, he knows that he's got a good solid sort of 25 minutes of work into his opponent. Whether we'll start to see him take the ball in short a little bit more frequently, pick up the pace perhaps.
To court, please. Cardenas leads 1-0. Love all.
Leonel Cardenas, after winning that exciting end to the first game. Definitely would expect that he's going to be a little bit more proactive, looking for spots and hitting his marks around the front of the court as that ball nicks out.
1-0.
It's also an aspect where he is working Nathan Lake around the court, but if he drags him up high into those advanced regions forward, it's going to be even worse.
That's the first sort of silly shot we've seen really from Nathan Lake. The shot selection, the choices have all been very, very good, very solid. Showing again a very, very good movement from Cardenas.
And out.
Let's have a look here. Did he get under this? He did. He's making Nathan Lake play every ball out. This is good from Lake. As long as Cardenas is not stepping up and, you know, just pushing a bit more in the attack zone, I think Nathan Lake is the time now that he should take that away from him a little bit.
And it's generally quite a good tactic, isn't it, against the lefties to keep that ball a little bit more on the right-hand side, but Lake's really strong on the backhand as well. I feel like he doesn't have the one-sidedness quite as much as some of the lefties. Just very solid on both sides.
I just feel that Cardenas' forehand attacks so far, they're quite flat, a lot of them. He doesn't get a lot of sort of side cuts on the ball to drag it into the sidewall and get it gripping tight. And that would then give him, you know, if he forces Lake to have to deal with the sidewall a bit more, I think he'd get a few more looser balls then, which he could put to the far left, you know, deep on the left-hand side as well. Oh, this is starting to hurt this one. This is a very long rally. Cardenas, once again, very conservative in his approach. It's mostly Nathan Lake's the one who sort of sees an option to take it in short and straight, he will. Plus already on the clock. How much longer is Nathan Lake going to be happy to continue this? Because it looks like Cardenas will keep going. He's got no problem with this.
Yeah, he's not sort of been dragged around at all, though, is he? I mean, long rallies, but he's dictating the pace of the rally. I feel like Cardenas could really start to push that pace a little bit more.
Played through the interference, that's definitely a sign he just wants it to go on. That was slightly laboured, that movement from Lake. Some good work here from Cardenas, yeah.
Yeah, it's more uncomfortable movements now.
We are 3 minutes plus for sure. And it just keeps going on and on. Oh, the crowd are getting into this.
They're feeling his pain. Oh, that's lovely.
Good defense, though. Nathan Lake has almost stopped Vanessa. Still, he's just picking everything up. He's guessed. Wow, I didn't expect that.
No.
But that Cardenas was the one after close to 4 minutes, I guess. 3.5.
3-2.
I wasn't surprised that Nathan Lake won the rally, but very surprised to see Cardenas sort of blink first.
Did you see the look as well? He had a good look over Leonel. Leonel had his back to him. Oh, this is interesting because
been concentrating very much on how much Lake is feeling this, but maybe Cardenas is struggling out there as well.
Yeah, I feel that Lake's just being very, very gutsy here because he's hiding the discomfort that was obvious to us in that rally. Just gritting his teeth and pushing through. That is the first one we've seen, Vanessa, and this is what I...
No, I saw it good. Yeah.
Oh, Nathan Lake
we can't
thinks
check
it's down.
it, unfortunately. No. Handout 3-4. I saw the ball good, yeah.
Lake absolutely convinced that ball was down.
Interesting if we could take another look at it. .405, that rally that went on and on, Vanessa.
Imagine that twice then for the, was it the Walsh rally?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And there's that speed difference. Cardenas countering, just
4-all.
a little bit of a threat that he go long, and Lake just couldn't get restarted again. It's good length.
Hand out.
Yeah, Cardenas forced to push forward to cover that straight drop.
5-4.
Had to go very much the long way around. Lovely, lovely work.
He's been on it the whole
6-4.
night. I feel that Nathan Lake, besides those errors that we saw in game 1, he's much more confident when he gets positions to take it in short and straight. I feel that Cardenas is just being, it's a little bit too negative.
Yeah, the straight work's been absolutely brilliant from Lake. Most of the winners have come from a straight ball. Errors creeping in from Cardenas.
7-4.
Needs to hang on to this lead.
Not up. Stop.
That was fine, absolutely fine.
We'll have a look. Just a second. Player. I'm calling the ball not up for you. Are you want to take? You want to review? Player review Lake on the.
You shouldn't be having to
not
review
up
that.
decision.
Well up, well up.
You recognise that music, Vanessa?
Is it?
From a series, crime series. Come on.
Oh,
Good decision
Pulling out
overruled.
Dimitri.
Lake has
Law and
2
order.
reviews
Oh.
remaining.
Love it.
The right box. 7-4.
And then I got into criminal intent, which was a spin-off of that with Detective Bobby Gorin. Oh, it's great stuff. Lake is the one who's taken the game by the scruff of the neck, as it were, Vanessa. He's just willing to step up on that short line and take the ball mostly straight. Cardenas' unwillingness has been his undoing a little, and then the pressure now on his short game is going up.
8-4.
yeah, again there, he's not really stepping forward onto that volley. Slightly hesitant when he is attacking.
I mean, his frequency of backhand attacks, it's not just a blip on the radar. There's
That's
nothing
right.
happening. And
8-4.
it really just becomes a three-quarter court game, and I think that he needs to start thinking about using the front left. He's got such a good backhand drop, volley drop, everywhere around the mid to the front. He's very handy, and he's just he's neglecting that heavily, I feel.
Yes, Let. 8-4.
It's another good length. It's Nathan Lake's the one that's come up with
9-4.
the searching balls, the lines that are fading away, and mixing it with winners at the front of the court. He hasn't seen it, and tell you what, just looking at his body language there,
He's
10-4.
checked out slightly, I think, in this
Game
game.
ball.
Didn't look too interested there. Brilliant stuff from Nathan Lake. It's high percentage, isn't it, in terms of the shot choice? Very straight. He's not leaving himself vulnerable if it, you know, if the ball comes back. So everything's tight to the wall.
6 game balls for the Englishman. And what has been fantastic turnaround from him as he slams that straight. Cardenas is not interested again. 11-4. It'll be interesting to see how many minutes that was, because we had a 4-minute rally in there. 14 minutes, but we're hitting the just under the 40-minute mark, and this is turning out to be yet another tough battle. Last time they played, it was 5 sets for Cardenas, and could be going there again today.
Oh, wonderful stuff from Nathan Lake, especially after losing that first game in the tie-break. Really tough first game, and then he was the one that really broke his opponent from that long 4-minute rally onwards. We were thinking that that might be the moment that we saw Cardenas start to pull away on the scoreboard, and the opposite happened. Nathan Lake stepped up. He was definitely in some discomfort, but as Johnny said, he was hiding it very well. And it was Cardenas that gave up the ghost at the end of that second game, 1-all.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. One game all. Lake to serve. Love all.
Third game now. First quarterfinal here. Men's Canadian Open, Calgary, Canada. Fantastic evening of squash lined up. These two are already putting time pressure on that schedule.
Well, maybe losing that second game will sort of snap Cardenas into gear out of the slight slumber that he's in.
Yes, Let. Mr. Cardenas, but I saw some movement from you going forward there. Please be very careful. One sec. Love all.
Just thinking back to last night when Cardenas played Walsh Vanessa, he hit so many winners in the front left. And the other, when he takes it in, I just feel that his work front left is a little bit tighter in general. And it doesn't matter how good you are with your left hand, if you're taking the ball off, if you're dealing with a side ball, he just showed a little bit of patience there that he could work balls in, and he'll get opportunities to just work late around the court then as well. I feel like for Nathan Lake, this line heading battle down the right side is just, it's physically less demanding for him.
Yeah, he's not really using the angle much either, Cardenas, which we saw him throw in a little bit in that first game.
Once again, we head into a very long exchange. We've seen it in game 1, game 2 as well. Proved to be very pivotal, that big rally early on in game 2. It was Nathan Lake who really from there took control of the game. Oh, it's just snuck up. And again, he squeezed him. He's done that time and time again, Vanessa.
Yeah, decent margin on the front wall, isn't it? But so tight. How many have we seen on both sides, actually?
One love.
And I just love the fact that it feels to me like Nathan Lake knows that. He knows that he's making more of those opportunities, so he doesn't care if he has to wait 1.5, 2 minutes to get it. One's down, though.
And out. 1-all.
Took that one in a bit quicker. You could feel he was just going for a bit more there.
In those rallies, in those long rallies, it's Lake that's the one that you can sense is searching for the opening, that's a bit more urgency about him. And seems just quite content to
Stroke to Lake.
throw that ball down the wall.
And out.
Cardenas
2-1.
a bit twitchy there. I don't know whether or not it's just the way that these two are playing the game. That is an incredible shot. He's showed a tremendous amount of skill here, coming inside that ball, just dinking it, a little bit of a cricket shot, skipping down the pitch.
It's like he's decided to rely on Lake sort of breaking physically at some point, and that's just not happening. And it's a risky ploy. He's leaving himself at the mercy of someone who's playing very, very well.
Well, it's not liking the fact he was just given not a lot of access there, but the weight of shot from Nathan Lake again, when he's sensing those opportunities that the line is open, he's extremely accurate and converting. Got a really good conversion rate.
Yes, let. 4-1.
Really like to get the stats on how many balls Cardenas has played front right, Vanessa. It's literally 0.
Front left, you mean?
Front left, sorry, yeah.
There we go.
And then it's a stroke, so that's not going to help either.
I mean, he hasn't, to be fair to Lake, I think he's doing a very good job of preventing him from getting good positions in that area.
you're right in what you said. I think he's realising that it's become a bit of a closed circuit game, you know, where that left front corner's been taken effectively out of play, and he's just backing himself to take those chances when they come, and he doesn't feel that Cardenas is able to do it. So far, he's right. That's a better shot. Don't think he's going to get a let there.
Hand out, 2-5.
I mean, any hint of pressure in the front or uncomfortable movement, like just chucking that ball up high, sort of resetting every time. Cardenas isn't able to get those repeated movements that really start to take their toll. Very clever squash from Nathan Lake.
Finally, Cardenas is...
Two attacks into the front right.
Straight and tight as well, so...
Hit with that little bit more conviction.
Can he now start to surge and grab a hold of some momentum, which he's not had, and that's not going to help. It's Nathan Lake again, the subtleties of just high quality, repeated over and over. Well, that's short. Oh, that is really short.
Such good touch. Wonderful. The straight drop has been brilliant.
7-3.
I mean, it's been a wonderful exhibition of just very solid shot selection, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And then really good execution as well. Straight hitting.
There it is, Vanessa.
Yeah, they're coming in. They're coming in.
If he's just a little bit, he's got a little bit more purpose about the attack.
He's really stepped forward onto it.
He gets that follow up there. And he needs to do that now. Can't hang around any longer waiting, and what do you know?
5-7.
So just a different challenge now being thrown at Lake here.
Yeah, it's like a back up against the wall, and suddenly he's realised he's going to have to break out of this kind of slower rhythm that he seemed intent on so far.
Careful, careful. He's not really the path. The call is a no let. The path is to the left, okay? You're playing the man a little bit too much there. Just be careful. But the path was to the left, okay? Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
More that he just stood his ground there, Cardenas. He didn't move back into him as Lake was protesting. But Cardenas is back to 6-7. He's hit 3 winners in the front left. That's a 3.
6-7.
First time the match game has just opened up around the front half of the court. Has the ball dropped off a little bit, Vanessa?
Yeah, I think it has. But then the rallies are shorter now that he's deciding to sort of take the attack on.
Oh, that's the first time we've seen that where
7
Lake.
I'll watch, okay?
Nathan Lake just tightening up on that drop shot a little.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a little bit close, wasn't he?
7-all.
Real momentum swing.
It's going to be a
stroke.
Cardenas. Player review late.
I don't think he should be using the review here. He might need it later, Vanessa. This could be costly. It's a stroke all day long.
Yeah.
Second bounce, service box right next to him.
Yeah, he's misjudging that. Maybe just wants to reset and break momentum. Can't possibly have thought that was going to get overturned.
Stroke to Cardenas. The decision upheld. Lake has one review remaining. The left box 8-7.
Well, 7-3, Nathan Lake looked to be in total control and charge, and his patterns are just starting to break down a little bit here, I feel. It's good, that, Vanessa, I love that. Just a random sort of cry from the crowd. Players have to just absorb that noise.
It was a very late one as well.
Yeah. Well, imagine what in the big sports, what they put up with. I mean, it's just a pressure on you.
It's more of a constant noise, though, isn't there, with the bigger sports? It's a bit more jarring when someone shouts like that.
Well, I think that sometimes at those big matches in football where there's a penalty shot that where everything's riding on it, there's a fair bit of noise.
Needs this, Nathan Lake. He really needs this. Hasn't won a point in a while.
Oh, it's just snuck up on the front wall somehow. Good searching lengths here from Cardenas. Continues.
Switch that was.
Yeah, and it goes. This is good work from Cardenas. He's started to use that front left. He's picked it. Well, this is a long rally, but it's also very taxing. Both players are just starting to use all four corners now.
Oh, he needed it. Just needed it too much.
He did, Vanessa.
He made a very early decision to take that on as well, hadn't he?
9-7.
Massive hedging of the bets there. He was not covering that cross court at all. So troubling times here for Nathan Lake. 9-7 down. Third game has turned on its head, and that's another winner in the front left. I know I was sounding like a broken record, but it's the thing for me that's changed the whole course of the match.
4-7 to 10-7.
Stroke to Cardenas.
We grabbed him there, but the
11-7,
ball was just
game to
too loose.
Cardenas leads 2-1.
Leonel Cardenas has done a fantastic job. Nathan Lake just having a quick chat with the referee. 56 minutes. Cardenas just opening up around the front, which just created more pressure and more for Nathan Lake to think about. He seems to have the upper hand here at 2-1 up.
Yeah, definitely a slight physical drop-off from Nathan Lake, who's certainly feeling very uncomfortable out there, but the biggest change was really the tactical shift from Cardenas. He decided to step onto those volleys, be way more proactive with his attacks, sort of up the risk level slightly, and it really paid off. The rally shortened, the temperature of the ball dropped off, and a lot of winners started to flow. 2-1 lead for Cardenas, crucial third game.
Well, that tells the story right there. He's just gone straight through him like a hot knife through butter. 8 points on the bounce.
60 seconds.
What are we going to get here from Nathan Lake, Vanessa?
I mean, we're going to get a big gutsy effort. You know, he's going to have to try and find those straight winners. Will we see the error count go up slightly? What are we going to get from Cardenas, though? Is he going to continue with those attacks into the front?
You bet he will, because there was no request
seconds.
for a new ball either. May sound a little bit counterintuitive, but even Nathan Lake could have thought about that. Just to lengthen things out. Putting a bit of doubt in Cardenas' mind about going short. Still the referee and Nathan Lake having a bit of a chat.
Again, Mr. Lake has requested a new ball, which he's entitled to do so after game 3. We'll give them a little bit of time to bring that ball up
there you
to
go.
temperature.
I was on the money, Vanessa. I thought he might request a new ball.
Yeah, obviously it's going to lengthen out the rallies, but it's also going to prevent Cardenas from being able to hit those winners. It's going to allow Lake to sort of maneuver that ball around again. His winners were coming from just really tight balls. Extra bit of time as well, warming the ball up. Extra bit of time to reset.
All good. Cardenas leads 2 games to 1. Cardenas to serve. Quiet, please. Love all.
Leonel Cardenas leads 2 games to 1. We've got a new ball, so it is going to fly a little bit, come through a bit quicker. Good attacking lengths there from Cardenas, and that's what I feel. You asked me what should he do. I think that he needs to stay positive on that left-hand side.
Just the conviction just behind that first shot, so different to that first and second game, isn't it? Just that extra bit of bite. Taken a little bit earlier.
Oh, look at that. He's revving himself up.
And out.
It's been a while since he won a point. Don't blame him.
The shot that Cardenas likes to use, and we saw it in the first couple of exchanges early in the first game, which is it's evaporated since then, is the boast. And I'm watching Nathan Lake's movement, it's just not having to, and there's no drop from a long drop either, so Nathan Lake is sitting quite far back there, and he's got no reason to have to search for anything at the front.
There we go. Yeah. No, you're right though, I mentioned it earlier, he was playing it a little bit in the first game, he made a few errors and then he just stopped playing it altogether. And it's such a good shot on this court.
Just a subtle straight kill from behind as well, and this is, you know, this is the sort of thing. He's also, as this rally goes on once again, he's cleverly realised that he needed to play that. That's another winner in the front left.
Stop, guys. No lets.
Nathan Lake, his shot was a little bit too untidy there, I feel, and I don't think that he's got much of an argument, to be honest.
There's a line, yes. But the ball is too far forward.
I don't think Cardenas is doing anything
2-1.
wrong there. He's not moved, his feet have not moved anywhere after he played the shot. Yeah, I think the long-term approach is also you know, you've got to play the winner of Victor Crouin, Nick Wall, and if it's the higher seed Crouin, you
Yes,
are
left.
going to get challenged in the front areas.
Safety, he didn't know where you were, yeah.
Can only deal with
The
one
left
match at
box,
a time, but
Cardenas to the
still,
left, 2-1.
16 in the world, he wants, you know, you're going to have to be able to handle that with the top players.
Yeah, this tactic that he's employed for, you know, a good 2.5 games in this match is not going to get him through against a player like Crouin.
No disrespecting Nick Wall, of course, because he will be coming up after this match, Crouin and Nick Wall. Nick Wall's good results here in Calgary. Won the tournament when it was a smaller event back in 2022. Oh, he's just misjudged that.
And out,
Cardenas,
2-all.
he kind of just looked the wrong direction. The ball went down the middle for a winner. Oh, I haven't seen that the whole match, and the fist
Wonderful.
is going, and he's roaring again.
I was just thinking Lake hasn't
3-2.
really used the angle either, the boast, very much, which is probably quite sensible because it's opening up the court, but I think he's played so much straight that was super effective.
Shots like that, you feel like Nathan Lake is not far away. Oh, he's just somehow he got caught
Yes,
there.
left.
Even if Nathan Lake
3-2.
is toiling a bit physically, I feel that tactically he's winning the battle, and if he can sedate the game of Cardenas again down that right-hand side, he can come back into this.
Yeah. He's holding up very well. The accuracy level has been extremely high throughout from the Englishman. Look at that.
Again, he just hasn't made the most of that opportunity. The fact he played the long drop, puts it away there, that's beautiful. But that long drop on the backhand side for Cardenas it's such a good weapon. He should use it more.
And out, 3-all. Stroke to Lake.
It's interesting. Cardenas not considering to put his hand up there.
And out, 4-all.
Long way between the players and the ball there.
Yeah, that was not the decision I was expecting at all.
Down. 5-4.
The drama, Vanessa, just what a tin can do.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan Lake's just not, he's not going to go away. Very, very gutsy.
Yes, slat. Enough interference there. Left box, 5-4.
You can see Nathan's Lake, he got whiplash as he turned around. He's that nervy ask, you know, you don't want to hear the no come out first. Just had that little bit of feel about it early on in this game that Cardenas, once again, he's been more positive than certainly in the first 2.5 games, but Lake's the one who's got better ability to go short or long with the winning shot. Nathan Lake was just starting to feel the pinch very much here. You can see the recovery out of these shots has slowed down enormously. And he's lifting almost everything.
Oh, it's brutal. You feel the pain, but again, so gutsy, so clever with the defense. Oh, it's a pity.
This is where we need the heart rate monitors, Vanessa. I would like to know where it is.
And out.
Got to
5-all.
Mid 180s, maybe touching 190. Something savage about this, isn't there? Oh, he's just completely stopping on his movements now, and he's grabbed him up there. It's an early ask. Oh, that is.
Yeah, it's quite heavy though. The shot
ball came back too far to you, and you didn't clear it all.
It needed to be a little bit shorter to provide that line around the front. Let's have a look.
Oh, the second bounce is way in front of the short line, and he got pushed in a bit. I feel that is too cheap. Cardenas just lacks a bit of streetwise. He needs to go and have a lesson with Mohamed ElShorbagy. Hold his ground, you know, and make the referee see that there's a big distance there. He just, yeah, he got suckered into that, I feel.
No let. Player review Lake on the no let decision.
It's a little bit late onto it. Again, there's not a huge amount of space there.
Just feels that Nathan Lake is looking for the let here.
He just stuttered back slightly before he went forward. Gave a hint of desperation in the movement.
Only thing that could save him is the fact the ball, the quality of the shot is not quite there. You can imagine that is what the video ref might consider. But he doesn't, and it's one of those ones that can go either way.
No let decision
The problem
upheld.
for Nathan Lake is it's so
reviews
clearly
remaining.
evident that he's hurting, and the refs are picking up on that as well, and they should.
We felt the ball was a little short, and you weren't really sure where that ball was. You went into your player, not anywhere near the ball. Yeah. Hand out 6-all. Six all.
Oh.
7-6.
Oh, that's beautiful. Much less margin for error than we've seen on a lot of his straight attacks.
Fabulous line. It goes up though. That is unbelievable, but it's going to be a stroke. Oh, incredible court coverage from Cardenas. Screaming all over the place here. I didn't think that was going up, but he managed to get it up.
8-7.
Made Lake play one more shot.
Look at the quality of this though. Oh, he just couldn't get out.
What if that rolled? What would be the result there?
Wasn't far off. Again, Lake just hanging tough.
Yeah, it's just it's bloody, but it's just beautiful at the same time. The way that Lake can be on so low reserves, energy-wise, and still hold it together.
Wonderful.
Quality,
Wonderful.
amazing.
It's the raised fist.
This reminds me of a
Right
boxing
box,
match. He's kind of like grabbing
9-7.
onto Cardenas, and then he just keeps throwing these heavy blows. As soon as he gets a sneaky little chance, he's on it.
Careful, careful. No lets. No. But the ball's back at the back. By the time you were going to the player, the ball was back here. Hand out 8-9.
What a way to start the quarterfinals here. The crowd are getting into it. And there's a lot more to come.
It's going to be a tough one to beat this.
Yes, let.
You think he's not asking for every ball? He's not asking all the time?
Just play on, please. It's simple let. Yes. 8-9.
You want to have a bet, Vanessa?
On who's...
Who's going to win this game?
Oh, I feel like
Stroke to
9-all
Cardenas.
now. I feel like Lake might win the game, but I'm not sure if he's going to have enough to win the match.
9-all.
I'll have a drink on that. I'll go for Cardenas.
Cardenas 3-1.
Yep. Oh my goodness! This is has not entertained the idea of going for a shot like this. We know that he can play them, and 9-all as he is absolutely.
10-9. Match ball.
He's kind of in Nathan Lake's back, not in his face. Match ball for Cardenas.
Hasn't even been close to playing a shot like that. Oh, that's
Was
pretty
that
good.
up? He doesn't like it,
No,
Lake. I don't blame him. It looked very, very scrappy somehow.
I'm sure it was up on the tin.
Pace ramping up. Nathan Lake's quality down that right side has been bang on the whole match. And he needs it more than ever right now. A squeeze down that side, what he needs, whether short or long. Great attacking stuff here from Cardenas. Lake has gone into that heavy mode now. And he's searching for a let.
Video referee decision on the Lake appeal.
I'm going to check the ball as well while we're at it. This could be quite lengthy here.
Lake's appeal
Two
at the
things
end.
to look at.
Yeah, that was a while ago. It was right at the start of the rally, front left.
Hold on. Let's do the play.
Hit
we'll
a
do video
very good
check on
attacking
the
shot
pickup
into the
and
front left.
First, and then we'll deal with the other
Yeah, that's
appeal.
sensible just to go to that pickup first.
Was it the pickup or was it?
Here, this
Oh.
one here. He got it. Is it a double hit? Is it a double hit? Have a look at this again. Definitely got under it.
Oh, I needed another look at that. I wanted to see where it went on the front wall as well.
Pickup was good. Video referee decision on the Lake appeal on the right.
Now it's all down to this decision.
No.
From that angle, it's very, I mean, it's definitely not a no let. But is Nathan Lake making enough effort to play that? Still discussing the pickup. I mean, Nathan Lake's just really put his arms around him and stood beside him there. Doesn't matter now. It's been settled by that. Well, Nathan Lake is just...
I don't think he was expecting a stroke there. He was a bit more worried about the pickup.
Well, I feel that he feels that there's some poetic justice in it all, though. That the stars have aligned for him, and here we go. And he's got the crowd behind him as well.
He has.
Just
I think he
quiet, please.
gave a little jibe that got them going.
I think they just want this match to continue into a fifth.
It's just it's the contest, isn't it? I mean,
Oh,
there is it. That's the one I spoke about, Vanessa.
Glued. Super glue.
11-10, game ball.
Goodness me, Nathan Lake is showing an unbelievable amount of determination tonight.
Oh! Come on, Nathan, I want that drink.
And out 11-all.
What type of drink, by the way? I wanted to know. I know what I want.
I'll get back to you.
Oh, goodness
lovely.
me, he's been so risk averse, and in the last part of this game, and as we saw the cross-court nick, and now
match
that
ball.
slightly rolled in. Second match ball.
Oh! Can you believe
Yeah,
it?
exactly. He's
The
done
most
it again.
Unlikely of finishes.
Match to Cardenas, 3-1.
What an unbelievable battle.
11-7,
Really, it had it all.
13-11.
It's just a super contest all round. Dean Brown's going to come on in a second. But these guys are getting they're getting an ovation, not a standing one, but they could stand. 83 minutes. That is squash at its best. Fantastic win, and the Mexican was pushed to the limit. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Everybody, before we get to Leo here, round of applause, Nathan Lake. What a match that was. Leo, welcome back to Calgary. We missed you here last year. You've been playing some great squash. You just went to number 16 in the world, the highest ever for a Mexican. How does it feel being back? How do you feel on the court, and how do you find the match tonight?
It was so tough. All the credit to Nathan. It's always a battle against him, and I'm just happy with the result and happy to get to the next round.
Well, it was a big battle there. There was a lot of tension out here and a lot of aggression. And looking forward to your next match, do you have any preference who you want to play, or what are your thoughts on your next match moving forward?
Not really. Like, I'm just ready to play the next round, and I don't care who I'm playing. Yeah.
And to take a little line from my friend Jamie Nichols, who does this, do you want to say anything back to the people in Mexico, your coach Marcos, about tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to say it on Spanish. Solo quiero agradecer a toda la gente que me está apoyando en México. Me está viendo bastante gente, a mi novia que está cada partido conmigo, a mi familia y a todo mi equipo de trabajo, Marcos, Rafa. Gracias por estar ahí.
Everybody, what a match. Put your hands together. Leo Cardenas. We've got 3 more matches tonight. It's going to be a good night of squash.
Well, just a wonderful display of good, clean, really high quality squash from both players. And Cardenas really was forced to respond. He was forced to take a little bit more risk into the front by Nathan Lake, who's just sublime throughout, really. Cardenas comes out on top, but the crowd were the real winners here. They absolutely loved every minute of that, and I don't blame them, as did we.
Have a look at the emotion pouring out of Leonel Cardenas. You can see what that meant to him. Nathan Lake testing him once again. These two, they just love a good battle. So the match that was scheduled for almost an hour ago, Nick Wall up against Victor Crouin. We'll take a short break, breathe, exhale, and then come back and do it all again in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen of Bow Valley Square, welcome back to the 2025 Air Sprint Private Aviation Canadian Men's Open. Woo, hope everyone's catching their breath after that last match. That was a doozy. But we have 3 more of that same level of squash coming up to you. The next match will be a good old-fashioned French-English showdown. First to the court, last evening defeated Ronald Palomino of Colombia 3 games to love. Highest world ranking, number 31, currently sitting at 46. He has 10 PSA titles to his name, including the 2022 Canadian Open. Nick Wall of England. Cheer him on, cheer him on. His opponent also back in Calgary once again. Last night defeated Amir Evans of Wales 3 games to love. His highest world ranking is number 7. He currently sits at number 14. He was the finalist here in 2023. From France, bienvenue Victor Crouin. Your referee will be Ben Groot. Good luck, gentlemen. Halftime.
So welcome back. Second quarterfinal of this men's Canadian Open, $68,000 prize money event. And it's Nick Wall of England against Victor Crouin of France. It's got a familiar ring to it, England v France. Left-hander Nick Wall, 25 years of age, has been as high as 31 in the world. He's dropped back a little bit. Just having a look at his form recently, he's got some matches there where you look at and sort of think, well, he's perhaps not been seen at some of the big events, but in the Cleveland event in January, he lost out to Mohamed ElShorbagy in 5, and he does have a decent record against Victor Crouin. So 64% win rate is, or just under, is very good. He's a good converter when he gets to finals, that he's got 10 titles in the bag. He's more than capable of showing a good account of himself here. He'll be giving himself a big chance against someone who's ranked 32 places higher than he is. Man in red, standing only at 5'7", but he's got a much bigger presence than that in the court. Did get to world number 7, of course, on the back of some semi-finals at Platinums. got to a final in Qatar as well. 19 titles. He's played a lot of small events. I remember a year ago, he even said that he felt that he needed to still play these bronze level events even when he was inside the top 10 to keep developing. 66% win rate. Well, my fellow commentator and former world champion Vanessa Atkinson, I think the development phase is over. I think that he needs to march on now.
Yeah, I mean, he's a massive sort of student of the game, isn't he? Very, very analytical, almost overly so, perhaps. Sometimes you've just got to let all the work kick in. Three previous meetings, 2-1 in favour of the Frenchman. He's won the last two. Last meeting was the TOC in 2023, so a little while ago. That went all the way to 72 minutes.
Yeah, I remember watching that one from my couch at home. Nick Wall was 2-1 up, and it was 11-9, 11-8. I remember in the fourth game, it was getting quite niggly as well. Nick Wall, who can bring that into the contest, a little bit of fire, and he had Victor Crouin a bit unhappy with a few things that were going on.
Well, I mean, the two previous to that were, you know, a 3-1 and then a 3-2 win for Nick Wall, and that was only in 2022 at the British Open. 11-8 in the fifth.
Play will start in 15 seconds.
You see that the Englishman living in Calgary, David Duncalf, brother of famed former world number 2 Jenny Duncalf, he's more than happy to go over to the English camp and help out the English players.
Airsprint Private Aviation Canadian Men's Open 2025 quarterfinal match. Victor Crouin of France to serve. Nick Wall of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Level.
Booming voice there of the central referee is Victor Crouin. It's just going to be interesting to see whether or not we get a stark contrast in terms of the way the game's played, because obviously the first 2 games in the previous match was a lot of conservative play to the back of the court, in particular from Cardenas. I don't think that's going to be the case here.
The powerful forehand of the lefty Englishman. Real weapon on the volley there.
Stroke to Crouin. Hand out.
Very hasty decision to be giving a stroke there.
I think we may see quite a few more decisions in this match than we did in the previous one.
Out. 2-1.
Much more open play than we saw in the last encounter as well. Shorter rallies.
Yeah.
A little bit scrappy.
2-3.
Yeah, Nick Wall, a lot taller than his opponent. You can feel that if he gets a look down that line, he's really trying to not only use power, but a lot of presence on the ball. And any opportunity for a slight shutout, he's going to use it. You see it there, winding up and just unleashing.
No left.
Yeah, that's a good call. Nick Wall is not interested enough in going and
Hand out.
collecting a pretty decent drop
4-2.
shot from Crouin.
There was a line to the left, but more importantly, it was a very short ball. It was a good shot.
Crouin maybe got one in the calf
Hand
as
out.
well
4-2.
for his troubles.
First sort of lengthy exchange, that
4-2.
one. Both players happy to take a little breather afterwards. Why is he not playing that?
Stroke to wall.
Oh,
Hand out.
such a
3-4.
lazy ask.
Yeah, there's plenty of space there. It's kind of like when he puts his racket behind him, and then the ball, when the ball arrives,
Point he's going to hit that, he's clear.
well,
That's
his racket
Hand
would
out.
be
5-3.
back behind the tee with
Yeah.
Victor Crouin. It doesn't make any sense. Well, it's off the racket that, but it went up somehow. What I do like about what Nick Wall's doing is it's extremely disruptive style. There's no rhythm at all. He's breaking the lines up and using changes of pace as well. The problem with it is that if he's not accurate, he's getting trapped in a lot of strokes.
Stroke to Crouin. 6-3. Right box.
It's a little mini standoff there between the two players.
It's really clear the intent of what Nick Wall's trying to do here. He's not going to allow Crouin to set the lines, which he's so good at.
He's not going to be dragged into sort of long rallies as well, it looks like.
Out. Out. It did just touch on the way up. At the top of the arc, it hit the wall. It was out.
You called it out when it bounced to the back.
I saw it out above the line.
We didn't say anything.
7-3. Left box.
I like the way Crouin is just so, you know, we talk about his organisation. He's prepared well for this, and he's able to fend off this attempt of Nick Wall, sort of trying to get those shutouts going. And
Yeah, I mean, it's disruptive, but it's loose. It's just not accurate enough. It's been picked off.
Crouin's short game is hitting its targets. He's not missing. Oh, it's fabulous play. I like the way he sort of just hurried onto the ball there. He got Nick Wall thinking about that cross court. Nice little touch on the ball to finish at 9-3. He's racing away now. We're not going to see, and we know that already, we're not going to see any lengthy exchanges from Nick Wall to try and get back into this. He's going to try and
Hand
get some
out.
quick points on the board.
4-9. Hand out. Ball's down. Hand out. 10-4. Game ball.
It's a rather large sound of hitting the top of the tin. 10-4 game ball for Victor Crouin, who's done it far too easy, really.
Hand out. 5-10. Game ball.
So, well, he was shooting a lot there in that rally. We saw the cross-court nick attempt, and given that deficit, I'm just already a bit curious as to how he's going to proceed, assuming that Crouin wraps this one up, as he does there.
11-5. Game to Crouin. Crouin leads 1 game to love.
Not assertive there. You can see the fist go. Crouin just happy with his performance. 10 minutes so far. It's the highest seeded player who's come very organised and doing it rather comfortably. 1 game to love for Crouin.
Yeah, you could see the tactic from Nick Wall to be disruptive, to not get dragged into the sort of one-paced long rallies, but it was just a little bit too scrappy, a little bit too loose, and Victor Crouin was just like Henry Hoover all over the court, tidying things up. Anything loose was just being put away straight. Very, very efficient. And 1-love lead for the Frenchman.
Did you say Henry Hoover?
I did. Not sure where that came from.
That was very random, wasn't
Just
it?
tidying up.
Yeah. Well,
hoovering up the
could
court.
have said J. Edgar Hoover.
Play will resume in 60 seconds.
Do you not know Henry the Hoover? It's a brand of Hoover. That makes more sense now.
I guessed it was, Vanessa, don't worry. Yeah, it wouldn't have been as good if you had said Dyson or something.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. Crouin leads 1 game to love. Love all.
9 Marshall sending the ball into play. I'm going to keep a close eye on Nick Wall and see if we're going to get a little bit more length play. It's all very well to want to step in as Crouin's not happy there. A little bit of contact.
The interference was minimal. Are you asking for a review?
Give him a heck of a lot of space there to get through.
Sorry? Sorry, I can't hear.
I think we'll all be happy about this. They've had a 2-minute break and then he's come on and then he's got what he wanted there. Victor Crouin's complaining. Point on the board. Can he make something of it now?
Yes, it's going to get niggly.
No lag. Mr. Crouin, you had ample time to move.
No, Victor Crouin is just nonchalantly waving his racket at the ref. I'm
Too
having
low.
none of it. But he should have gone and played it. He grabbed onto him, and that was the fatal mistake. And he's already, I mentioned it in the lead-up, the getting under the skin thing, you know, the irritation.
Yes, let.
It
Play
begins.
on, please. Too low.
Yeah, I think it was, he decided just not to engage there though with that decision, which I think is probably wise.
Yeah.
It's working because he's got Crouin rattled here very early. Hasn't had to do a whole lot to get the 3 love either. Play from Crouin. Nick Wall's
Careful with that movement.
not sure.
He hit his shot. You had time to move around. I said no let. Okay.
He wants to review it.
Yeah, I
Player
don't think
review,
this is.
Wall on the
I don't
no
think
let
this is very wise. I didn't really think that Crouin did too much wrong here. He's caught him. Just a slight hip on the way through. Let's have a look. Oh, he does move. Actually, I take it all back.
I wondered because I did think from this angle it's not as obvious, but if you look at the front angle,
Yeah,
he
you're right.
actually walks across with him,
He does.
and that is a naughty movement.
It's that last little step. He sort of moves naturally to the tee, and then he makes another step.
He's
to the right.
He's in trouble.
Yeah.
He's in trouble.
Stroke to Wall.
I said about
Decision
he's
overruled.
being
Wall
rattled.
has
He's more
2
than
reviews
rattled.
remaining.
He's
That's very silly. Very silly.
4 love.
4 love. 4 love. 2 reviews.
Well, Nick Wall wanted more there. He wanted a warning.
Well, I think that was just to increase the irritation level more than anything. There is a guy who's coming up next, by the way, who's also an Englishman who had a rather contentious match with Victor Crouin at the European Team Championship final. But he won't be in his corner, obviously. He may have had a word with him. It's much better. What Crouin needs, a couple of rallies just to settle.
1-4.
Get good positions like that. That's a beautiful hold.
I mean, if he just keeps that accuracy level high, then he's going to be able to avoid much of that contact around the middle.
Nick Wall just can't
2-4.
resist, can he? He does like to go for that shot, but 4-1 up. I'd prefer to see him just working the line and trying to get a forced error out of Crouin. Yeah, Nick Wall's getting done over in that front left finesse. Every time Crouin gets pole position, he's generally not missing, and
3-4.
he's ready for those follow-ups. Quickly just fixing the early damage on the scoreboard.
Oh, that's a clever shot.
It was a half volley boast. It was a
Hand out.
very, very
5-3.
nifty shot. Very hard to do that. Well disguised as well. He does have that injection of power on the forehand when, if he's got Crouin slightly out of position. We saw it there. Crouin really struggling to read whether the ball was going straight there or not.
Well,
This is
he's
good
gone for a
squash, yeah.
big
7-3.
cross-court nick off serve. Didn't really get close. Lucky there, but good
Hand
width.
out. 4-7.
There's no
Ali.
rhythm to this at all, is there?
No.
I mean, the contrast between this and the last match is vast.
Handout, 8-4.
So the head wobble that Crouin is suffering from early in this game continues. Nick Wall doing a good job of just parking himself in the middle there, just taking one step. Operating very efficiently in this game.
Handout, 5-8. No let. Ball is behind.
It's a heavy shot, isn't it? It's a good line on it though. Just tracked towards the sidewall at the right moment.
Yeah, the quality was high, but there's not a huge amount of room there. He's got to try and block all this out, Crouin, because Nick Wall does not give one iota about any of this. In fact, he loves it.
I would even say he's amplifying it. I'd like to know what was said there. So there was a few words spoken. His court mics need to be turned up.
Well, he's already kind of shown his cards, hasn't he, Crouin? He's already shown that it's gonna get ruffled.
Stroke to wall.
Well, this is a complete turn, 180 degrees from what we saw in the first game. Victor Crouin in control, and it's been all about Nick Wall coming out, disrupting not only in the quality with which he's produced with the racket, but psychology. He's destroyed Victor Crouin right from the start of this game.
Got to be a stroke.
Stroke to Crouin. Handout, 6-10, game ball.
Oh, well, to get under that.
He's going short very early, Crouin. He's not building lines. He's playing a very open court game.
No let.
Oh, he's going to give him no let. There's quite a lot of life in that. Let's have another look.
Were you asking for a review, Mr. No? Okay. 7-10, game ball.
I think he just wants to crack on.
Well, he should have played that, Vanessa.
Yeah,
that's,
just enough room to play, wasn't that? It wasn't a good shot.
It's just continuing. He's in his face. I mean, it's not, you know. Would that be allowed at a platinum event, do you think? The chit-chat, because they'd already done it.
Yeah, no, the ref would be saying something.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Yes, let. Just traffic.
Nick Wall's not letting him go through there either.
7-10, game ball.
He's got that nice buffer there where he can just sort of rest on that at the moment. It's been very non-physical this game too. He's gone straight for Nick Wall there. That ball's tight. That's why it's a let.
Yes, let.
One could argue perhaps even lucky to get a let.
Yes, let.
Yeah, Nick Wall managed somehow to keep that ball very tight.
Still gave him no access. He provided no access. Yes, let. 7-10, game ball.
It does look a little bit more like a let from that angle.
Through and he knocked Crouin a little bit off balance.
8-10,
that
ball.
Attempted roll drop could have been a winner.
He's continuing with this tactic of throwing that ball in short from deep in the court, Crouin.
5-10 to 8-10. Certainly will eat up. If he wins, he won't win that point with that. That's a great volley drop by Nick Wall, and he cleans up nicely at the end of that game. Victor Crouin, you can see the tension. Not happy at all with some of the antics that went on, but he's going to have to get his head together quickly because Nick Wall's in this. 1 game all.
I mean, it started very early in that game. A few contentious decisions, so having a little word with each other, and the quality really dropped from Crouin. Allowed the Englishman to get under his skin, lost all of his focus, and it just continued on from there. Nick Wall was able to find a lot more winners in that second game. Accuracy level wasn't as high from the Frenchman, and that would be the only advice, really, wouldn't it, in between games?
Did you see that, Vanessa? Nick Wall rested his racket on the door, and Victor Crouin just pulled the door to make sure the racket fell down.
Very mature.
I mean, it's so tit
Play
for
will
tat, it's
resume
not
in
funny.
60 seconds.
Beautiful volley drop from Nick Wall, and his short game and accuracy. It's an unusual place to rest your racket, and there Victor Crouin just pulling the door, saying, no, that racket's not going to stay there, mate.
Play will resume in
Down
30 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to work on his bluff, doesn't he, Crouin?
What bluff?
Wouldn't be a good poker player.
No. No.
One game all. Wall to serve. Love all.
Nick Wall levelling up 1 game all and continuing to show.
Stroke to wall.
He's going to review that.
One
I think
love.
he should too, because I think that Nick Wall, I think the ball was
Player
further
review
away.
Crouin on the stroke decision.
I don't think that he's going the right way there. He needs to go more to the ball, Vanessa. That's not a stroke for me.
No, he's making a bit of a meal of that, isn't he?
Victor Crouin's actually trying to go to the tee. He's not standing on it. You see, he's moving back. Nick Wall's got to play that.
There's going to be absolutely zero incentive for Nick
Stroke
Wall
to
to
wall.
play anything.
Decision upheld. Crouin has 1
Decisions like that.
review remaining. 1
Just
left.
going to milk it for all it's worth.
Yeah, it's about the signalling, you're right.
Video review on the Crouin appeal.
It's a video ref decision, not a review. He hasn't given a decision. So that looks more like a no-let to me.
Yeah, all the relaxation and the smoothness of the movement is gone. Situations where you would normally just go through.
Ball's certainly not moving off it, that's for sure. But I didn't expect that.
Stroke to Crouin. Mr. Wall. Mr. Wall, I'm going to ask you, you need to, especially on the service line, more effort to clear on your shot, please. Hand out, 1 all.
He was trying to go from behind, and at that point the ball had bounced
They need
twice,
to
and
cut
he
out
needs to
this.
improve that.
You still need to clear out of the way. You direct path to the
Not
ball.
engage
Okay.
in this much discussion. It's too many breaks in play.
Hand out, 1 all.
Yeah, Nick Wall's very, just you can hear it in the tone and the way that he's talking. He's still very calm, and this is going to test Crouin again. Ball's got no chance to heat up. Probably, I mean, Victor Crouin needs to really start putting some pace in the lines. I mean, he's got great line work. That one flies out of court.
He's causing these short rallies because he's throwing that ball in short so early. And he's going to be in a lot of trouble in this match if he doesn't sort of work out how to deal with this better, because it's not going to stop. You can see how edgy he is just watching him there.
Ball's doing a marvellous job of just taking every amount of time that he can between rallies. Power of the pause, I'm going to call it. Oh my God, that's something like Yusuf Ibrahim, but
top spin.
He had no angle to work with Vanessa. That is an unbelievable shot. Dangerous. He uses angles and just gives Nick Wall something to work with. He's in trouble here again. He's caught forward.
No left.
He's showing a lack of discipline, Vanessa. He really needs just to tighten up and keep those balls glued to the sidewall.
Right box.
He can keep playing short from good positions, but he needs to play lockdown squash now.
Well, you can certainly see why he has had a lot of trouble with Nick Wall in the past, even though he's 2-1 up in the head-to-heads. They've all been quite difficult matches. Certainly not his favourite opponent, I would say.
Oh, he's gone for it. Continues to absolutely shoot. It's kind of the way he sort of lines those shots up sometimes and call him the sniper. It's going to be a stroke.
Stroke to Crouin. Handout 2-4.
Look at this. That wasn't far off. He caught a bit of the neck. Needed to go straight on the follow-up though. You can see that Nick Wall's got the weaponry to just, it's not just with the psychology, but he's, you know, he's got a heavy blow on that forehand, and again, he's just that simple cross-court had enough on it to cause the error. But then there's all the tension in the body of Victor Crouin as well. Yeah,
with the two sort of paired together, it's very, very effective. The disruptive squash, the short rallies, the very good mixing of pace, paired with the sort of niggling away at him, lots of contact, lots of breaks in play.
5-2. Video review on the Crouin pickup in the front left corner.
Going to take another look at it. I think we'll have a couple of chances there. It's a double all day long. Big double. Very obvious.
Massive double.
6-2 left ball. Ball is not good.
Beautiful angle.
3-6.
Again, throwing the ball in short. Not sure about the tactic. Worked on that occasion.
Yeah.
It's like he just wants the rallies to be over. Looking for the quick winners.
He continues to just ask him the odd thing, and
Hand out, 3-6.
he's not checking to see if he's all right though. But he
any opportunities just sort of niggle away.
that is exactly what Victor Crouin needs to produce more.
4-6.
Just good old-fashioned lines. He's got the ability to do it. The errors suddenly are coming. He's not going to get a let there. He's never going to ask for a let if that goes in the neck.
Saw no contact. Video review on the wall appeal.
Wait, so is
Check
the
if there is contact
ref
in the
going
scene, please.
to the video review? It was just before he hit it. It was way before he hit it. A little bit of contact there, and then he plays the ball. There's no contact in the swing whatsoever.
No let. No contact.
I can't stop my swing. That's what
It's relentless.
Five, 6.
Referee's losing control of this, Vanessa. Needs to
5-6.
just put a clamp on this. There's far too much time being spent, and he should have been clear. Was that, like you said, a video review or not? Because the decision was no let initially. I don't really understand what was going on there. I don't think Nick Wall lost a review there.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
And he's just, I tell you what, he's lost his head because he's given away the
Sixth ball.
lead very cheaply.
Broken string. Mr. Wall has a broken string. It's time to replace his racket.
In the amount, sort of percentage of time that the ball has actually been in play in this match in
Tennis
contrast to the
match.
last one, yeah.
Tennis match.
That lead is gone. Somehow, Crouin has managed to get back to 6-all, helped along by quite a few errors from the Englishman.
Okay. 6-0.
Loves that, throwing that down the middle shot.
Stroke to Crouin.
It's a little bit awkward,
He
that
was
one.
there, ready
He had
to
to sort of, he was on
hit that
shaping
ball.
up on the backhand.
Yeah, it looked like a stroke, and then he kind of changed his position, but I think it still was.
7-6.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know why he moved over the backhand there. I guess it's just another sign of how rattled he is, Vanessa, because he's just, kind of doing things that he normally wouldn't do. Having said that, he still finds himself at 8-6s on the back of
8-6.
that run of unforced errors from Nick Wall, which came from nowhere.
Yeah.
That's another one. It was 6-3,
9-6.
and now it's 9-6.
Yeah.
Victor Crouin's been completely,
Handed.
yeah, it's like he had him in a cage and he just let him out.
Yeah. Get out of jail free card.
forehand side, especially behind the ball, Nick Wall. Clever shot. He's not going to get let because that ball's tracked longer than what Victor Crouin expected.
No let. Handout, 7-9.
A bit of a shove in the back as well as Nick Wall feels it.
Eight, 9.
As Nick Wall just comes back into this, it really feels like it's going to be who holds it better together now. Nick Wall will certainly be taking any opportunity around the mid-court to just spread out a little bit, especially on that forehand side. He's got good deception. There's the ball down the middle again.
Yes, let. Better clearance, please.
Can sense the crowd just a bit more,
Yes,
lot more
left,
quiet
8-9
in
left
this
box.
match. Not particularly enjoying it. All these breaks in play.
Yes, let. Distance to the ball, yes, let. Direct path to the ball, Mr. Crouin.
Victor Crouin is still
I told Mr. Wall the same thing earlier.
Not able.
Same situation. Direct path to the ball. Yes, let.
not a lot of effort from Nick Wall really to go through there and get that, but Victor Crouin also not showing a lot of, again, street smarts, just making him go and get it, Vanessa. He's just left himself. This was the same situation in game one. Most of the points Victor Crouin were winning were on strokes.
Game ball.
Finds himself at game ball.
I mean, he's been massively let off the hook in this game.
Gone for Nick Wall there, and he's been rewarded. Nick Wall's going to not be happy about that, which you can understand, because Victor Crouin had no interest in going around and playing that ball. $43 minutes. I wonder how much squash time was actually in that 43 minutes. Easily less than half.
Yeah.
2-1 for the Frenchman.
11-8, game to Crouin.
Far away from his best. Can he elevate his game in game 4?
Yeah, he's just got to be counting his lucky stars, really. Winning that third game was quite a heavy deficit. Wall had a healthy lead. He was really starting to irritate and get under Crouin's skin even more at the start of that third, but then errors came in. Just really lost his own focus, allowed Crouin back in the door. A lot of strokes, a lot of decisions towards the end. Pretty much every rally was ending with the decision, one way or the other.
Nick Wall had it all in his corner at 6-2. Like I said, I felt like he had Crouin in a cage. He let him out, and then he just couldn't find the key anymore.
Yeah, that run of 7 points, I don't feel like Crouin really sort of won too many of those.
4 unforced errors, there were nick attempts, and when you got a lead like that, I mean,
strokes.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to defend it a little bit. Nick Wall doesn't seem to have that. It's not in his DNA as a squash player, or not one of his strengths, put it that way. And that is, yeah, that was his Achilles heel in that game. He certainly knows how he can get control of this match.
He's not going to get much better chance than that to go 2-1 up and really put pressure on. Very much a missed opportunity there.
Will resume in 30 seconds.
For Nick Wall.
Seconds. Crouin leads 2-1. Crouin to serve. Level.
I think for the Frenchman, as we just get started now, Vanessa, in this game, it's all about just, solve this mess, solve it, and find a way through it, and promote the brand that you are a world number 14,
and that we saw in the first game. He came on with a very clear game plan, and he's completely gone away from that. And maybe the sort of having won that third, having the 2-1 lead on the scoreboard, he might maybe relax and sort of find that game plan again. Or will we get more of the same? Sure who's in his corner. Marche is obviously up next.
Manuel Crouin, his father, will be there for sure. He's been on a bit of a tour with him. Didn't get the line through there. That's why it's a stroke. Victor Crouin is obviously thinking that is too harsh.
Hand out, 1 love.
Is that his dad there with the
correct
head in the hands?
Yeah.
Stroke to wall, came right back out to you. Sorry, stroke to Crouin. Sorry.
Just a very, very clear stroke.
Hand out, 1-all.
They're allowing him to just stand there for far too long. It's such an obvious, clear-cut decision. They need to stop this discussion. Discussion.
Mr. Crouin is there to take the shot. The ball has come back to you. He has no shot to take. Hand out.
You can't. And I understand that sometimes the players need to be allowed to just ask for an explanation, but they can't discuss every single decision and be allowed that freedom to do so.
Yes, let, you're going into him immediately. Again, some effort to clear. Yes, let. 1-all. Left box. Play on, please. It's enough discussion. We're not having any more discussion, Mr. Wall. Play on.
There we go. But then if it continues, then the code of conduct needs to come in.
Yeah, will he enforce it? That's the question. Again, Nick Wall, just a poor shot choice there. He'd forced the loose ball. There were options there to create with the hold. He goes for the one shot that he shouldn't. And it was a wild cross-court nick that didn't go anywhere near the nick. Haven't seen much of that from Crouin as well, like using lob to defend out of the front. And when your head is not in a good space, it's like you forget those basic fundamental defensive things that you do so well.
Stroke to Crouin.
It's interesting. It's
Player review.
the
Wall
way. It's
on
not the
stroke
fact
decision.
that Nick Wall, in terms of the way he's trying to, you know, sort of have that psychological edge. He's just, it's all of the shot selections which are getting him in trouble. He's just playing the wrong shot. That's why it's a stroke. We've seen so many nick attempts, and we saw that when he had the lead at 6-2 in the third.
3-1.
And he's got such good weapons down the straight side.
Left
I
box.
don't understand why he's not using them.
Left box.
You know what I mean, Vanessa? You catch him on drift?
No light.
He's been done by that shot so many times. Victor Crouin, he's looking for, he's because of the
2-4.
argy-bargy, he goes into Nick Wall, the ball's gone to the back of the court again. That's in the post-match review. If I would be working with him, which I'm not, I'd be looking at that very, very, in a lot of detail. Oh, some good movement and exciting all court action, Vanessa. We haven't seen too much of it.
Mr. Crouin, please. No light.
Will he review it?
3-4. Left box. I said Mr. Crouin, please.
Well, the crowd has acknowledged it. We heard great point, guys.
Left box.
It was finally a decent rally, but of course ends in a let.
Is that a good clearing movement for Nick Wall there, Vanessa?
Sorry.
Left box.
Just becomes slightly farcical, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, Nick Wall made sure that the line of the ball was paper thin. And that is a little bit of his own medicine there on that right-hand side. Finally, Victor Crouin uses that threat to go short and then pumps the long ball. Nice tight line, 5-3. He looks like he's finding his way through all of this swampy squash tonight for him.
Down. Hand out. 4-5.
Lovely, beautiful, simple.
And we know he can do it. That's the point. If he sets up with that, again, that ball was tight. That forced the loose ball. No rocket science behind that. He's gone the wrong way again there. He does struggle to read Nick Wall, doesn't he?
Yeah.
When Nick Wall spreads out on the forehand side, mid-court area, we've seen Victor Crouin very uncertain and there. Sent the wrong way rather easily. 6-5, he has that slender lead. That's what I mean. Again, he's looking for the cross
the wrong way.
No light. 6-all.
Much more sensible shot selection from Nick Wall in these last couple of rallies. quite get under that.
He just plays an aggressive style, doesn't he, Nick? Well, we don't see him lifting too often in those situations. He kind of ups the ante in the front of the court. When he gets taken in there, he's looking to play a better shot. Taxied out, he just
8-6.
Wasn't too interested in trying to go after that ball, and Victor Crouin continues just to hold that gap. Nick Wall's going to make him wait. Didn't ask the ref. It's not really one of those games where you could say that it's, if we think about the Nathan Lake Cardenas rallies that we saw, I wouldn't, you know, if the ref said, look, we don't really need a towel break, I would understand it.
Yeah. 9-6.
Yes, slightly tired looking movement as well. Last couple of rallies from Nick Wall.
Victor Crouin has found enough. He's really just found enough with his game. Good straight lines. And he's managed to put some nice attacks in. And Nick Wall's fallen away in this last phase of the fourth game. 4 match balls now.
Hand out, 7-10, match ball. I saw it good.
Another stroke.
Video referee decision.
Well, it'll take a bit longer, but I cannot see how we're going to arrive at any other decision than the stroke. Nick Wall's had this problem the whole match, always playing a loose ball and then backing into his opponent. Can't clear that shot. It's a little bit short, but it's not going to be good enough.
There it is.
Stroke to Crouin.
Victor Crouin.
Match to Crouin, 3 games to 1.
He's finally managed to
11-5,
get through what was a tough ordeal at times. Be interesting here. I'd like to see that Jamie Nichols asks a few curly questions. Get inside the psychology of a 58-minute match. I guess around about 23 minutes of squash. 3-1 for Crouin. Let's hear what he's got to say with
Folks, put your
Jamie.
hands together for Nick Wall. 2022 Canadian Open champion. Flags fly forever. His name will always be on that trophy. We hope he keeps coming back. Great competitor and becoming a fan favorite here in Calgary. Speaking of fan favorites, Victor, always great watching you play. Such a hard-fought battle, very physical. You actually haven't played Nick in over 2 years, it looks like. What were you expecting out there, and what was the game plan?
Well, I wasn't expecting anything else than what happened. It's always a bit scrappy and there's a lot of stop and go, but you gotta deal with it, and that's what I did. So I'm happy to win in 4 games today. It was kind of a mental battle, and I'm sometimes struggling with them, and I know that's an area where I can improve a lot, and I've improved actually. So I'm feeling pretty proud of myself for winning that one in 4 games.
I believe it. Now, we've been watching you every morning with a special person in your corner, feeding you balls, getting you prepped for the match. What's it like having your coach and your father here with you?
Yeah, he's wearing that yellow sweatshirt. Hopefully I can give him some others, because it's been 3 weeks he's been wearing the same one. So but he's still here. He's still here every day in the morning for the practice, in the afternoon for the coaching. So no, I'm grateful to have him, to have my dad coach by my side, and hopefully I can have him at tournaments more often. It's been really a joy to have him around, and for me it's a way to thank him and give back for all the resources and time that he devoted for me as a father, but also as a coach. It's definitely a special relationship, and it's been working very well the past 3 weeks, so I'm enjoying it a lot, and hopefully we can go all the way this week.
Well said. We'll get Dean and Darren. Connor, maybe get Mr. Crouin a new top from upstairs. Last but not least, Victor, for our French Canadians watching on CBC, which is a national broadcast, and back home in France, a few words en français.
Ouais, je pense que... Do you understand French as well? Bah, merci à tous de regarder du squash à la télé. Pour nous en France, on a la chaîne Sport en France qui retransmet les plus grands tournois gratuitement, et il y a vraiment eu un flot de messages qui est venu après les matchs, et on peut voir qu'il y a beaucoup de monde qui regarde, donc c'est vraiment important pour nous d'avoir du public à la télé qui prennent goût pour ce sport, et qu'on ait plus de membres dans les clubs, et que notre sport puisse grandir. Et puis va falloir que je travaille un peu mes discours en français, parce que j'ai plus l'habitude de les faire en anglais, mais voilà, continuez, j'espère que vous prenez beaucoup de plaisir devant vos écrans, et à demain.
Beautiful. Well, we'll let you get rested up, Victor. We'll let the folks get refreshed here. Coming up next is our #1 seed, Mohamed ElShorbagy. Should be another cracker. Back in 2 minutes.
Well, a very different match to that first one. Lots of stoppages, lots of breaks of play, far too many decisions. Victor Crouin managed to come out on top. I don't feel that he really dealt with it particularly well, but found just enough. As Johnny said, he was sort of let out of jail really by Nick Wall, particularly in that third game. That was a missed opportunity for the Englishman to really put pressure on. But hopefully we'll see a little bit more squash in the next match.
The next match will be Mohamed ElShorbagy up against Gregoire Marche. That promises to be an absolute belter, so just take a short break if you're still with us in Europe, although it's getting in the mid-hours of the morning, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, everybody, we are halfway through the night tonight. We've had some pretty long matches here, and we're in for a treat coming up here. But before we do that, I just want to take a few moments to recognize some things here. The first is, you know, people have been asking me, you know, who puts up the prize money, who makes this thing run? And it's really all these corporate sponsors that are on the court here. And I'm going to start with our silver and gold sponsors and work our way up. But hold your applause to the end. But I'd like to recognize Richardson Wealth, ARC Financial Group, Hemisphere, and our partner of the Bow Valley, Mike Rose. Carve Builders, a good friend of mine, Dave Morris, who's in here from, I know him from Toronto. He's supporting the event as well. A new company this year, Topaz Energy. Thank you for them for jumping on. Nuclear Energy, Dustin Wilkes here. The guy's building a nuclear plant or something. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but something. Dustin, thank you so much for all your help there. Equinox Engineering, which you have Brock Fournier, who's helped out a lot at the club and also here. Flint Secure is another sponsor this year, a new one. Castles Law Firm, Birchcliff Energy, of course, our new landlord Armco in Bow Valley Square. They've been a huge supporter of the event for the first year. And obviously the Bow Valley Athletic Club for our support in hosting this event and helping getting it going. And last but not least, Squash Canada, obviously, and Mr. Michael Knapp and Genevieve and Air Sprint Private Aviation for all their efforts and all they do to make this sport grow and thrive in Canada. Okay, we are now going to get to the main event here, or the second last main event. There's a match after this one. But these guys have played a number of times, and actually our number 5 seed, Gregoire Marche from France, won last time they played, so we could be in for a good battle here. I'd like to introduce Gregoire. He is 34 years of age. He has won 6 PSA titles, reached 8 finals. His highest ranking has been, oh, let me get this here, 11 in the world. And right now he is number 21 in the world, but playing some very good squash. From France, Gregoire Marche. And his opponent, one of the legends of the game from England. He's won 50 PSA titles, got to the finals of another 79. He's won everything you can think of. He's won a World Championship, British Open, US Open, Tournament of Champions, British Open. I probably said all that a couple of times, but I'll keep repeating what he's won. This guy's one of the top players of our generation and of all time. Put your hands together from England, Mohamed ElShorbagy. Best of 5 game match, quarterfinal. Good luck, gentlemen.
Check, check. Halftime.
Well, here we go again. This is the match that I'm sure everybody's been looking forward to the most. It is the #1 seed, Mohamed ElShorbagy, taking on the #5 seed from France, Gregoire Marche. It's myself and Johnny Williams lucky enough to be in commentary for this one. And Johnny, I'm going to go straight into talking about the head-to-heads. We've played each other a fair few times. Meetings actually go all the way back to 2012, 10 in total. And Mohamed ElShorbagy had won every single one up until very recently. This match in front of us at the Texas Open. Talk us through this moment in particular, which was pivotal.
It was, and you can just see here, this is Mohamed ElShorbagy when he is troubled physically, and you see him haunched over like this. It was the first time that Gregoire Marche, as that ball went into the bottom of the tin, that he was able to trouble ElShorbagy in that manner, because you know, most of the time ElShorbagy's been monstering him. But he was moving beautifully that match. I sat at home and watched it. I was absolutely in raptures about the way he played. But his straight attacks on that particular night, he was a lot more disciplined. And he's going to need that tonight.
Well, he came into the tournament with really good form off the back of a fantastic result at the TOC. Gregoire Marche, he took out Crouin in the first round there. Made it right the way through to the quarterfinals. So he's high on confidence. He's really found fantastic form so far this year. And you could look at this sort of meet up so quickly after that result in two ways. Certainly will have given Marche the belief that he can beat Mohamed ElShorbagy, but I must add to that ElShorbagy will have seen this draw and he'll be just so up for this.
Vanessa, I mean, he's literally pinned up a photo of Gregoire Marche with a red target on it from the moment the draw came out. It'll be up on the wall at home. No, he's not going to be happy at any kind of thoughts where he would lose twice in a row to anybody, let alone Gregoire Marche. As much as he, you know, was very complimentary of the fact that he finally got a win over him for the first time.
It's kind of what you want, isn't it, when you lose to someone that you haven't lost to before, that you've had such a dominance over, to get the opportunity so quickly to sort of set the record straight. So an interesting one, added intrigue to this match with that recent result in Texas.
Play will start in 30 seconds.
Yeah, in Houston, Vanessa, and that was the thing that was very evident, that the short game of Marche was sharp, it was spot on, and he was getting a lot of value and a lot of reward. The ball was staying very short. You know, we've spoken about it all week.
Play will start in 15
especially with that quick ball to
seconds.
begin with in this warm environment. We've got a packed grandstand there. Your short game, the ball's going to be coming back to more to the short line.
Airsprint Private Aviation Canadian Men's Open 2025 quarterfinal match. Mohamed ElShorbagy of England to serve, Gregoire Marche of France to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
Well, here we go, Johnny. So with that in mind, I'm assuming that you are going for a ElShorbagy win. The fact that he lost the previous one, the fact that the court conditions possibly would favour him slightly more.
Yeah, I think that ElShorbagy also just, he's, as we see there, the immediate reply attack to Marche's first backhand winner. I think that he will have thought about that a lot, and he'll be organising his game around the fact that those attacks around the mid-court need to be a bit deeper. And I feel that he's got more ability to, out of that position as well, to change it up than what Marche does. Just caveat it slightly and say that physically, though, Gregoire Marche would have the ability to bring ElShorbagy into that same sort of place that he brought him in Houston, where he really was at a standstill at the end of the third game.
Added to that a bit of height that we're at here with the effect that has on the lungs. mean, he's so high up the tee. We've seen a lot of players sort of sitting back off that tee because of the fast front wall. ElShorbagy's pushing up quite high, looking to get on the volley. Exactly the same age, these two, 34 years old.
Oh, he's, look at that. He's had a look at Marche already. Watch this. You'll see it on the
2-1
replay. That is a hold, pause. And Gregoire, what happened last time, it's not going to happen tonight. It's interesting on that backhand drop there, you saw ElShorbagy, he just prodded it a little further. So that was what another thing, when he went in short in Houston, the counterattacks from Marche were lethal. Harder on this court to do that.
Down. Hand out. 2-all. Down. Hand out. 3-2.
It's just interesting seeing ElShorbagy as well, like when you compare to last night in the first game against a young opponent with far less experience. He was able to just work his way into the first game, and here it's
Yeah,
he's on it straight away. He's looking, he's hunting.
didn't quite have game face on in the same way, did he? Slightly more sort of relaxed.
Stroke to Marche. Hand out. 3-all.
There's definitely going to be a big physical test here with the altitude and the amount of balls that Marche is able to pick up. And his defensive capabilities, that's not coming back though. It wasn't letting him
Yeah,
in.
the ball was too far
Even
forward.
if
It
it
was a
hadn't
winning
been
shot.
that good, there was going to be no way in there.
But what I love here is
Hand out. 4-3.
he's been hitting so like these short kills.
Carry on. Four, 3.
Gregoire Marche will be a bit harder to rattle in terms of having chit-chat and trying to sort of settle him in that sense. He's a pretty cool customer. Seeing good switches from ElShorbagy. He's so active around the short line. By doing that, having that presence, he's got that threat of this straight ball all the time, and Marche is having to, he's forcing Marche to cover it. It's a fast pace,
It
that's
is.
for sure.
I mean, he's definitely backing himself physically to be able to stick with this, because come out of the blocks very fast.
4-all.
that extra pace on the drop shot, not allowing any sort of counter-attack from Gregoire Marche. He's very aware of that from Houston.
Yeah.
Errors,
yeah,
quite a few errors.
Backhand side, he's just overcooking that straight kill. Like, you can see what he's trying to do with it.
I feel like he's almost come out of the blocks a little bit too quickly here, and he's sort of winded himself a little
5-4.
bit. Maybe need to be a little bit more measured.
That's silly. He's been absorbing really well, Gregoire Marche, and needed to use the fact that Shorbagy had given him those unforced errors instead of giving one back. Oh, there's the extra power on the forehand.
Absolutely ferocious.
Yeah.
Nothing there. No movement was fine. 6-5.
Well, these guys are from the class, I call it the class of 08, Vanessa, because I was actually the tournament referee in 2008, the World Junior Champs, which Shorbagy won. Gregoire Marche was there as well. And even back then, at 17 years of age, like the first thing that stood out when he came to the Vitas courts was, my goodness, this guy's got a heavy forehand, just absolutely thumping it.
Down. Hand out.
Game's just being peppered with
6
errors
all.
from ElShorbagy. Marche has been given a fair few free points.
I feel like that is the difference between ElShorbagy, who's tactically been a little bit more assertive, but the unforced errors, just forcing it too much. Otherwise, would be understandable that he has a few points lead on the board. Good quick attack again.
He's also the one providing the winners for the most
coming
part.
straight across.
He's not giving Marche
Hand out.
any looks
7-6.
around the short line at all. It's a very different game to what we saw in Houston.
Yes, let. Broken ball. Okay.
Oh, ball's gone. So we're going to get a nice, fast new ball already in the first game. With that little bit more information from this first phase of the first game, are you still sticking with that prediction pretty confidently?
Yeah, I am. I just feel that Shorbagy's got the measure of the court a little bit better. Marche is relying on the fact that he's going to absorb, and that's not how he beat him in Houston. So unless Shorbagy makes a lot of errors, I don't see him certainly not losing the match, that's for sure.
From the right box, 7-6.
So let ball, ElShorbagy with the very, very slight advantage. Promising first game already.
He's just sending Marche the long way around as well.
8-6.
And that will take its toll as the match moves on, Vanessa. All these sort of movements there, big stretch. And look how far he's got to go.
He's really hunting around the middle.
Just good aggressive play, really, from Shorbagy. He's forcing those loose balls and earning the right to play those shots. See that extra pace again on the drop shot. It's a good lesson for a lot of the players we've seen here, Vanessa, because
9-6.
it doesn't give the opponent any counter opportunity.
Cheap error as well from Marche. 3-point lead for ElShorbagy. Taking charge after that slight break, the broken ball.
Yes, let. Right box, 9-6.
It's funny how the arm, he's sort of got that twitchy when he's got the adrenaline high. Shorbagy, he always goes to the service box and watch it again. I'm sure we'll see it again, Vanessa. The arm goes up. It's almost like he's smelling his own armpits. Clever, he's just pushing that drop, getting it tight, no, keeping the risk low. The errors that Shorbagy's made have tended to be from further back in the court.
Well, they've dried up as well.
That's lovely. And he's just having another
10-6, game ball.
Just a very mini fist, really.
4 game balls for the English number 1.
Down. 11-6, game to ElShorbagy. ElShorbagy leads.
Nod of the head.
1 game to love.
After that warm-up, he didn't lose another point. 15-minute first game, and ElShorbagy takes it 11-6. 1 love lead for the Englishman.
Well, it's a different Mohamed ElShorbagy who's turned up tonight after that loss to Gregoire Marche. Very assertive, very aggressive, but it's controlled, it's very organised. I like the way that he's using the front of the court. He's reducing the risk on the short plays. That one he took a bit shorter, but most of these short attacks were hit with power, taking his space when he's earned the right to do it. That was a rather funny incident there, but otherwise ElShorbagy is in total control. He's really bullied that front, the short game. And this is why he's been world number 1. Such a great player.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. ElShorbagy leads 1 game to love. Love all.
Well, here we go. Response required now from Gregoire Marche, because as you said, he's just being bullied around that mid-court area. Oh, that's a naughty movement.
Stroke to Marche.
Yeah. No, absolutely
And
no
out 1 love.
response at all from ElShorbagy.
And out 1-all.
It's interesting, just like you say, though, because he knew that he'd done the wrong thing. And
well, he knew that he hadn't played the shot well enough as well, more importantly.
Yeah, but following up from that, it's just the whole scene and atmosphere that he sets, Gregoire Marche makes a poor error. And that's exactly what this is all about, really. That's a lovely finish. I mean, his finishing qualities and his
2-1.
ability to just keep ramping up his short game as he gets older. He's become a very aggressive shot player in these last few years when he's firing, and we've seen him trouble Ali Farag in TOC, also at the World Team Championships. He's just still got that ability because behind all the experience is a guy that's got a heck of a lot of skill around the front of the court. And when you combine that with that power hitting game that he has anyway, a bit of a lethal weapon.
Oh, he just clunked him in the follow through. Oh, could almost hear the clunk. I think it was just the butt of the racket. Yeah.
Video referee decision. Can we please have a look at that in the middle of the court?
Just an accident, following through, and just catches him with the butt of his racket.
I mean, Shorbagy's played that ball where it's landed. It's hit the back wall. It's a loose shot. So,
Mr. ElShorbagy, it's okay. It's a yes let. There was enough Just play on, please. No, it's fine. Let's play on. Left box, 2-1.
not sure that, you know, I feel like Gregoire Marche is poking the bear here. It's not going to help his cause. Shorbagy's playing really good squash. It's aggressive, it's on the edge, but it's Marche's quality of squash, which is where he needs to focus. It's going to be a stroke. He's got Marche rattled. Marche doesn't...
3-1.
He's not able to get positions where he can actually work the kind of shots in which got him the victory in Houston.
Can't get in front of him.
No, exactly. Shorbagy's length is fantastic as well. Again, the longish drop not allowing Marche to do any counter-attack at the front.
Yes, let. Right box,
Shorbagy also just clever. He's getting on with it. He's not questioning anything.
No, and he's not going to do that, certainly while he has a lead in hand. If he was behind on the scoreboard, we might see a different scenario, but pretty happy with how this is proceeding so far.
He's gone for the big cross-court neck and just left himself in a bad position.
Yeah, very poor choice of shot. If you're going to hit that, you've got to make sure you nail it. Left completely stranded.
He's not hit any drop shot where Marche has been able to use a counter drop. He's such a tactical masterclass. Don't see. You could teach a lot of players a lot of things. I remember that. I mean, Curtis Malik, who has been playing Swiss League and good young guy that's really studying the game. He had Shorbagy in his corner against Ramit Tandon in Houston, and he was extremely complimentary of the way that Shorbagy was able to guide him in the right direction, especially between games as well throughout that match. Shorbagy just setting up his coaching role in England in the future, perhaps, as well. Oh, this is a absolute class performance. He's got all bases covered.
Hand out.
That time he's used the soft drop because he knew that Marche was backtracking.
Marche doesn't see what he did there. Absolute dog with a bone now. He's not going to let it go. It's a beautiful shot. He's just eased that one into the neck.
It's just
an absolute rampage, isn't it? Marche doesn't know what's hit him here.
7-2.
Left reeling. Oh, down.
Thank you, thank you. Yep. Hand out 3-7. Down. 4-7.
Mini laps here from Beast.
Yeah, still 3 points, but not a safe margin. Wants to make sure. Massive purple patch this last phase.
Down.
As long as Gregoire Marche is so far off like he is, all the groundwork was set early in game one. That back then, that finish off game one the way he did, where he won 5 points on the trot. Just come out absolutely.
Down.
And there's a bit of just held his ground there. Marche was not happy. The derriere went out a little bit.
Down.
Shorbagy with a big lead. We've seen him just roll a couple in the tin, but no alarm bells just yet, because the way he's been playing in this match so far, you do feel that if he just settles around that short line and stays structured, it's just hard for Marche. He's not able to find winners around the front.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced by Marche's sort of body language as well.
Hand out 10-5.
So 5 game balls for a very commanding 2-love lead.
Oh, it's another neck. Beautiful finish. He's steaming. Literally coming out his ear holes.
Despondent looking Gregoire Marche leaving the court. Just 11 minutes for that second game. Mohamed ElShorbagy with a 2-love lead under the half hour.
Classic ElShorbagy tonight, responding to the loss and coming out with all of the ferocious attitude that we know that he possesses. But it's not just the attitude, he backs it up with the absolute quality of squash, and we're seeing it on all parts of the court. Forehand, such a huge weapon his whole career, but his short game is so tidy, so clean, and then you couple that with the fact that Marche just was not really interested in seeing that one through at all. He needs a lot of changes to happen here to come back into this game. ElShorbagy is 2-love and on the rampage.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. ElShorbagy leads 2-love. Love all.
Well, here we go. Mohamed ElShorbagy with a 2-love lead. Gregoire Marche is going to have to find some metal here. He's just rolled over a little bit too readily here for quite sensational 2 games from Mohamed ElShorbagy, I must say.
One love. And out 1-all.
Lovely angle. Look at the tough movement. Haven't seen ElShorbagy off balance really at all so far in the match. He's been fully in control around the middle. Too good.
And out.
She's unable to make it really physical. There's too many winners
2-1.
coming from the ElShorbagy racket. How many times have we seen Marche clunking his racket against the side wall in despair? The ball so early, as quick as Marche is, he's just not able to recover his position on time. Pinned into those back corners, and then he's so far up the court when he's taking on the shot. Missed on that occasion.
And out 2-3.
Interesting was that it was Gregoire Marche who was absolutely screaming, despite the fact that ElShorbagy hit the sitter into the tin.
Is it is mercy, isn't he?
Gregoire Marche must use this now. He had a little bit of a look in game 2 where ElShorbagy made a couple of errors. It really is now or never.
Stroke to Marche.
Somebody just wants some money, Vanessa.
Player review.
Going for a review. Looks
on
pretty
the
clear
stroke
cut
decision.
to me, this decision. Let's have another look. Maybe just wanting to break a bit of momentum.
Yeah, the ball's just angling always back into him, isn't it?
Racket's right on the shoulder, isn't it?
Stroke to Marche decision upheld. ElShorbagy has 1 review remaining. 4-3.
Oh,
How many times?
Well, you called it. It's just
How many
that
times?
that was just a professional review. He knew he was going to lose it, but he needed the reset just to get back to what works. And we've seen those positions around the forehand mid-court. If Marche is short, he's just not getting the length. Punishment is massive. Again, it's subtle, but it's good use of understanding that his opponent was pushing up to cover the drop.
Just looks like he's so late every time.
5-4.
He's never going to get a let there. It's almost like he's off the pace.
Well, it is too loose as well. It's ElShorbagy's hitting that ball service box width. He knows what he's doing. His awareness of what his opponent's movements are. That's an incredible shot. It's applauded.
And out 5-all.
It feels like Marche needs these kind of winners to stay in it.
A bit of fortune perhaps as well to get his
6-5.
nose in front. You said it, Johnny, he needs to make the most of this. Very slim opportunity.
This is a fabulous hold. That classic slingshot drop of ElShorbagy was on, and that's what Marche thought was coming. He bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
That was a great shot there. See what it did to the movement of Marche. Such a good mover, but...
Oh! Yeah, it's beautiful.
Leaning back.
7-6.
It's almost like a tennis follow-through. Rafael Nadal over the shoulder.
To the long
Off
look.
the cheeks, yeah.
The long look at Marche. He's done well to sort of just ignore it, but certainly feeling it with the squash. That's gone out. Gone out.
8-6.
It's brilliant. It's just so aggressive, but it's controlled aggression.
9-6.
He always makes the last shot just about pure skill. And we've seen such a great variety of what he's doing.
Unbelievable. Just quality.
10-6.
Pretty much from
Match
start
ball.
to finish. 4 match balls for the #1 seed. Been a sublime performance. There it is.
11-6. Match to ElShorbagy.
Marche completely running out of ideas.
11-6.
And he wasn't allowed to enjoy that first win against ElShorbagy for very long. Less than 2 weeks.
No, Gregoire Marche seems to be just having a chat with him about a few things and then getting lectured back.
So 37 minutes in duration. Mohamed ElShorbagy takes the match 3 games to love. Moves into tomorrow's semi-finals. Let's hear from the Englishman.
Big hand for Gregoire Marche. His first time here in Calgary. We'll hope to see you back. Mo, you're like a man possessed out there tonight. Yeah. You played really well. And talk to us about, was there a message sent there tonight from the last time you played him? Talk to us about your energy levels tonight.
Sorry. No, nothing. I just lost to him last week, and of course, when you lose, you want to amend the result. But happy to win. I think I played good today. I was much more used to the court. I was more aggressive. I really wanted to win 3-love, to be honest. If I'm honest, I think if that didn't show, I wanted to say it as well. So I'm happy I won, and I'm really looking forward for the semi-final.
Well, we're so glad to have you here in Calgary. Your first time here, and how are you enjoying yourself here so far?
Well, it's actually not my first time. It's my first time playing the tournament, but I've been to Calgary here before for a wedding. Danielle Ritorno and Abir, they got married here summer 2023, and we were all here celebrating their big day, which we had an amazing time. It was during the Stampede weekend. There was a lot of tourists at that time, but this time obviously I'm here as well. There is not, obviously, because there is no Stampede, there is no tourists, so I'm seeing more the local, how the lifestyle here. Absolutely love it. I love how laid back it is. I love the tournament. The setup is amazing. It's honestly a setup of a platinum level. You know, the way you guys, the hospitality and everything. Everyone has been so nice to all the players. Thanks for that. The crowd has been, coming to watch us every day, which is what we need, and to make us play better. So thanks for coming every day, and I really look forward to be back here tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Everybody, Mohamed ElShorbagy. Everyone, just before we go,
great win from ElShorbagy. He was firing on all cylinders. He came with a plan and he executed it absolutely perfectly. The attacks early on, he was just pushing those drops a little bit deeper, not giving Marche any opportunity to use that countering speed. And then he monstered him psychologically as well, just shutting him out at every opportunity. But the class of finishing, as you see there, beautiful holds, complete destruction of Marche's game. He's getting into the semis unscathed, really. 3-love.
Well, one more match to go in this evening's quarterfinals. The Hammer of Thor, Omar Mosaad, the number 8 seed, taking on the Swiss Jet, Dimitri Steinmann, the number 3 seed, coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bow Valley Square, welcome back to the 2025 Air Sprint Private Aviation Canadian Men's Open. Our nightcap this evening features the Rocket versus the Hammer. We have one more world-class squash matchup. Collectively, these two gentlemen spent over 2.5 hours on the court last night, so they should be well used to this court. I'm sure they've got lots left in the tank, though, for you tonight. First to the court is our number 8 seed. He had a bye in the first round. In the second round last night, he came back from love 2 down to defeat Charlie Lee of England in 75 minutes. He's the former World Open finalist and world number 3 from Egypt, the Hammer of Thor, Omar Mosaad. His opponent tonight, number 3 seed in the event, last night overcame countryman Yannick Wilhelmi 3 games to 2 in 73 grueling minutes. He's firmly put himself into the top 20 in the world right now, peaking at number 18. Please welcome from Switzerland, the Swiss Rocket, Dimitri Steinmann. Your referee will be Curtis Gillespie. Good luck, gentlemen.
Well, here we go. Last match of the evening. Omar Mosaad taking on Dimitri Steinmann. Very similar route through to this match for both players. 70+ minute matches, both in 5. I would say that would have a much greater effect on Omar Mosaad than it will on Dimitri Steinmann, the Swiss Jet. Mosaad, number 8 seed, former world number 3, he's 48 in the world currently, 36 years old now, but very, very, very good player in his heyday, which was all the way back in 2015. He made the final of the World Championships and the US Open in 1 season. Still playing at a very high level, but I would say that it's going to be difficult for him to back up that match against a player with these physical capabilities. Dimitri Steinmann firmly inside the top 20 now. Highest ranking of 18, 27 years old. 8 titles, great match against his compatriot Wilhelmi in the last round. really entertaining match. Wilhelmi played very well, but again, it was that physicality, that ability to defend, get a lot of balls back, that explosive speed into the front that helped him through, helped him navigate his way through that match. Played a solid 5th game. Johnny Williams joining me once again.
Thanks, Vanessa. Yeah, the jet, not the rocket, as Jamie called him. Nicky Miller will be furious about that. But the jet was flying in Game 5, and like you said, he was able to use the incredible countering abilities that he has. It wasn't just the speed in there, but the quality of his defensive work was spot on.
Time.
And he was able to implement some nice straight kills. And the problems that Charlie Lee had last night, I don't see Dimitri Steinmann having those. If he's a bit displaced, he'll just go through. He's got the physical strength to go and get the ball anyway.
So there's that one previous meeting, which was back in 2019. It was a pretty straightforward 3-love win for Omar Mosaad, but a lot has changed in those 6 years. So I wouldn't hold too much stock by that result. Good healthy crowd still in for this last match. Thought that first one was going to be hard to beat, and that's certainly proven the case, although they must have enjoyed that performance by Mohamed ElShorbagy in the last one.
It's the best squash we've seen at the tournament, Vanessa.
Yeah, by a margin.
Former world #1. I mean, you'd expect nothing less, and given the circumstances heading into it, it was very classy. Yeah, really enjoyed the plan and the execution, the way he did it.
Yeah, if he can keep that going, he's going to be very tough to beat.
This is the Air Sprint Private Aviation Canadian Men's Open 2025 quarterfinal match. Omar Mosaad of Egypt to serve, Dimitri Steinmann of Switzerland to receive. Best of 5 games. Quiet, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting. Quiet, please. Best of 5 games. Love all.
So Omar Mosaad kicking off this last quarter-final. One more place available in tomorrow's semi-final.
Handout, 1 love.
And that was already a slightly stiff-looking movement from Mosaad.
Seats, please. Thank you. One love.
Yeah.
2 love.
A twist, a quick twist.
Slightly stiff would be an absolute understatement for that, what we saw there,
yeah.
Vanessa. He's going to have to...
Handout, 1-2.
Get motoring.
Yeah, exactly. This, whatever it is, the cobwebs need to be shed very fast.
Now, handout. 3-1. Mr. Mosaad has a broken string.
mini reset.
Stroke to Mosaad. Hand out, 2-3. Yes, left. Rim swing. He was clear, just for safety. 2-3 right box.
That's unfortunate again. He slammed that one into the tin. I mean, it's not even anywhere close to where he's aiming. He has to somehow try to find his... I didn't mean that, Vanessa. He actually needs to find length. I think that if he can just sort of manipulate the play and keep it deep, stop Steinmann from a little bit out of the same playbook as what ElShorbagy did.
Yes, left.
With the longer kills and drops and not allowing Steinmann to counter and use that incredible movement that he has.
Yeah, you can already see he's struggling with those movements into the back. He needs to try and keep himself nice and solid in that mid-court area, keep himself well in front of Steinmann. But physically, that's going to be difficult to do. Even if he's able to put himself in good positions around the middle, that ball's still going to come back. And with interest.
Down.
It's a nice line.
Yeah, that's the sort of play, just forcing it. And it's sort of a little bit of using that power on the forehand side to try and stun Steinmann a little bit as well.
Down.
It's not a good start from
5-4,
Steinmann. You can
right
hear Wilhelmi, who he beat last night, be in his corner, and he's sitting right in the center there with the unsquashable shirt on. Not going to win fashion awards for that one, Vanessa, that's for sure.
Keep the sponsor happy. Doing really well here, actually, Mosaad. A couple of sort of dodgy-looking movements early on, but he's deprived Steinmann from being able to expose that really in this last phase because he's just been so accurate.
Yeah, and it's all back court. It's heavy hitting to the back. And just a subtle use of deception at the right moment. That's hands there from Steinmann.
5-6. Stroke to Steinmann. No, your ball popped out. 6-all. Yes, left. 6-all. Yes, let. Safety. No, he had a shot to the front wall. 6-all,
Steinmann
left
on
bar.
the previous one, which sat up a bit more. Wanted the stroke. It's very much a backcourt game so far. Steinmann also not looking too much to use the front of the court, but he's worked his way back into this game from 6-4 down. He's got that ability.
Mr. Mosaad, can you put your towel all the way back in the box? Thanks.
Needs to use his speed a little bit more, Dimitri Steinmann, I feel.
Thank you.
That
7-6.
kind of change of direction there. The low cross is a good option. We saw that early in the game where he caught Mosaad quite a couple of times. Hasn't done it really though.
Yeah, he's been sort of pinned though, you're right. Forced to sort of react. He hasn't been able to get on his front foot and sort of twist and turn Mosaad. Largely down to the sort of quality hitting into the back.
Stroke to Mosaad.
It's poor though. He's really had a good opportunity to put that ball in
7-all.
short.
Tried to throw in that quick cross court, but completely missed his width.
8-7.
Mosaad, he made that look easy. That's a very difficult shot. He was actually moving away from the ball as he redirected it into a triple post. Done well here.
Down.
We've seen a few of those as well. He's a bit edgy, Steinmann.
9-7. Right box.
Not finding his range, and he's playing those shots from too far back. He's actually not earned the position to do that.
Yeah, he's being contained. It's frustrating him. He wants to get Mosaad moving and stretching, and he just hasn't been able to do that at all.
Another forced error. This is good play. It's
ball.
tight work, mainly on the backhand side. Usually strength for Steinmann, but he's just been out marked and out hit down that left-hand wall. Oh, what about the quality there, Vanessa?
Incredible. Might not be able to move like he used to, but the quality of the hitting is still there. 12-minute first game. Omar Mosaad takes it 11-7, number 8 seed leading, 1 game to love.
Well, there was a few stiff movements from Mosaad there, not even chasing that one down. It looked like Dimitri Steinmann had an opportunity to build the lead, but he wasn't able to capitalise on the fact that Mosaad was a bit slow out of the blocks, and it was Mosaad who got his backcourt game organised very quickly. He was out-marking Dimitri Steinmann on the line hitting, setting himself up, but it was a lot of power balls being struck to the back of the court. That exception there with that drop shot, but just accuracy levels higher. Deservedly leads 1-love.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Mosaad leads 1 game to love. Love all.
What changes are we going to see here from the man in yellow?
He's going to have to sort of acknowledge the quality of hitting from Mosaad and just go with it to an extent until he can get himself in front, rather than sort of firing that ball in from very difficult positions. He wasn't even really able to test Mosaad much physically in that first game.
Mosaad very unhappy with himself there, and you can see why, because once again he actually set up an opportunity where he had a hold position where Steinmann was just a little bit moving backwards. Can he get those positions on that backhand side? Oh, he's done that a few times. We know how quick Dimitri Steinmann is, but he's seeing it late.
It's like ElShorbagy and Marche again, where that ball's just getting through too quickly.
Such a, like, the hold that way that Mosaad does it, because he's so strong, he sort of heaves the ball around with his upper body.
Stroke to Steinmann. No, you crossed right into his path. Hand out, 2-1.
Yeah, that's much better from Steinmann. He used the post, and that opened up the court a little bit, just exposing the movement.
3-1.
Yeah, used the speed onto the ball to get on it early. No time for Mosaad to recover.
Stroke to Mosaad. You want to review? Yeah. Player review. Steinmann on the stroke decision.
Didn't think it was a stroke initially. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I feel that ball's actually quite straight. It's not come out off the sideball. It's actually running into the sideball.
He's pushed it forward into Steinmann. The ball's actually running away from him.
Definitely not a stroke.
It's close. It's between a no-let and a let, I would say.
Yeah, the movement pattern is actually to go across on the left foot behind Steinmann and defend it.
Stroke to Mosaad, decision upheld. Steinmann has 1 review remaining. 2-3, more effort to clear, please. Thank you. 2-3. Stroke Steinmann. Hand out 4-2. Yes, lad. No, I
thought he was clear when you were
Definitely
when the ball
not a
got there,
stroke.
Yeah, he needed to play it. He's not going to get opportunities like that all the time where he's got Steinmann going the wrong way there. Quick kill on the backhand straight. He's going to be a winner.
4-2.
Steinmann's thinking about reviewing it.
I mean, he's absolutely nowhere near that when it's used at the right time.
Thank you. Yeah. Cheers. Handout 3-5. $3-5.
Another boast. The boast has started to come into play from Steinmann, but what he's doing better than what he did in game one is he's addressed the problems at the back of the court. His defensive lines are much better, making it harder for Mosaad to use.
Stroke.
It's going to be another stroke, that backhand line where he was
go ahead.
in front of Steinmann. 7-3.
7-3.
Very different match to what we saw last night with Wilhelmi, where Wilhelmi was obviously stepping up and also a big guy, but with a lot more movement capabilities than Mosaad. And the attack and counter defense game was
8-3
on full display. Really feel like this is just in the hands of Dimitri Steinmann a little bit. Once he's exposing those vulnerabilities of Mosaad around the front, he's quickly taking charge.
Down.
Well, giving up the ghost a little bit here. It looks like Mosaad didn't fancy putting too much more effort into that rally.
$10-3 game ball.
So 7 game balls for the Jet.
Down. 11-3. Game.
A quick end to that second game. Just 9 minutes. Dimitri Steinmann draws level at 1-all.
Yeah, much better from the Swiss Jet. Omar Mosaad is looking a little bit war-weary from last night. He just is not able to move onto anything short. As soon as Steinmann's able to hold his movement, it's very slow to get up and collect those boasts. Steinmann took full advantage towards the end of that game, got a lot of opportunities where he just took in some nice straight attacks. Has to use his speed, but must get the length right first, equalise, and don't give Mosaad those opportunities. 1 game all.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. One game all. Steinmann to serve. Love all.
A bit of Bon Jovi in between games. Game 3 commencing.
Not up. And out. One love.
See a big push from Mosaad in the early part of the games. As we saw, if Steinmann can get himself in front, get Mosaad on the move, could have this sewn up relatively comfortably, but he's going to have to get those tactics right, work the positions.
Yes, let. One love.
That ball, I felt it was a bit shorter than the let call, which was given rather cheaply.
Down.
This is where Dimitri Steinmann needs to get his head in order. Omar Mosaad needs to be able to out-hit him, especially down that backhand side, and then if he gets a couple of errors, something to work with, he's always got half a chance then of starting to put something together which resembles him winning another game.
Well, he's got the start he wanted in this third. And Steinmann just forced onto that back foot for heavy hitting, quality line hitting.
Down.
It's gone again for the early boast. He's going in far too early in the rally. There's no structure, no patience.
Hand out. 1-4. Out. Ball, no, the ball
I thought that stayed in.
No, it's not reviewable. 2-4, left box. No, I saw the ball out. 2-4, left box. Stroke Steinmann. 3-4.
Pretty early, Vanessa, to be calling this, but I just feel this is last battle stations for Omar Mosaad. He must maintain this grip on proceedings that he has. Still, he's always got a chance as long as Steinmann just keeps making these wild errors that come out of nowhere.
No, I totally agree, but it's just not
5-3.
confident in Steinmann's ability to just do what needs to be done consistently. I still think he's going to win the match, but he's making hard work of it.
Yeah, if you're in his corner, he makes you feel rather nervous, doesn't he?
Do we need court service? No, lad. No, ball, you went around to the front. Court service, please.
He did say he was the quickest player on the court,
but
Vanessa.
To the right, the ball
on tour, I think he said.
To the left.
On tour?
On tour, yeah.
Well, that's debatable.
Behind him to your left. That's
big
what I
call,
saw.
big call.
I think there's a few handy speeches around that would
left side.
Saying hold your horses, Dimitri. 6-3 though, he's got bigger problems than worrying about who's the quickest player on tour, that's for sure. Because the lead is now 3 points.
Could we get the door, please? Thank you.
we need to see, as you said, some form of structure in the patterns that he's building, but it's not coming. It's very, very positive play overhead here on the backhand, moving backwards. There was a bit of risk there. Needed to be very good.
Stroke, Steinmann. No, Mr. Mosaad, your ball was in the middle, he couldn't swing. Are you asking for a video review? No. I understand, I've explained it, your ball popped out, he couldn't swing. 5-6.
A tough movement for him. Oh, beautiful.
Unbelievable pick up from Steinmann. He's talking about the quickest player around. Well, he needed it there. And again, he's just forced that error. Once again, Mosaad just getting left wanting when he needed that extra bit of push.
Yeah, utilising all of that self-proclaimed speed in that rally. As if to prove his point.
Name a player that's quicker, just to put him in his place, Vanessa. I know one.
That's quicker?
Yeah. I know one. You should know who it is as well. He's pretty close to home.
Hand out, 7-6.
Trains in Pontefract.
Well, yeah. He's been in Pontefract a couple of times, yeah.
I've got no doubt that he just raw speed, raw explosive power.
Just one off speed to a shot, yeah.
100% is the quickest guy. It's better. This is what we're not seeing enough of. Just pure, basic, good length. Any opening around that mid-court area, taking advantage of it. To do a lot of heavy digging here because he put himself under the cosh. Gets away with it though.
That was slightly fortunate. Look at this. I mean,
8-7.
That could have gone anywhere. It's actually very fortunate. Even warrants an apology.
Yes, left. 8-7 left box. He was much further to the left. 8-7. Down.
I was just about to say, he's looking like he's turning this around and just doing just enough, but you have a few extra grey hairs if you're in his coaching corner.
So he threatens when he's in that position on that backhand side.
Yes, right.
Oh, he's lucky to get a let there. Really lucky to get a let there.
8-all, right box. No,
yeah,
he was more
it's
clear.
a different situation.
Right
it was not as anywhere near as loose as his own shot where Dimitri Steinmann got the stroke.
Just no interest in even thinking about playing that. Nice hold.
Loose.
Stroke sign.
Yeah, it's too loose.
Player review, Mosaad
I don't
on
think
the
he's going
stroke
to get
decision.
much joy here.
Just looked like it might have been slightly awkward at Steinmann's feet. Oh, he's just within his swinging range.
It's been unfortunate for Mosaad. He actually worked the rally quite well. Steinmann was defending as necessary, keeping his coaching corner a little less nervous. I mean, those are the sort of half opportunities that Mosaad needs to take. You know, he needs to nail the drive and be able to produce that kind of line, which is just fading away on the sidewall, and draw the forced errors from Steinmann. He's got far less chance around the front of winning the exchanges. It's much better from Steinmann. He's actually injecting a bit of pace into the line work as well. And then as soon as he got his chance there, and he had Mosaad out of position.
Yeah, the focus just seems to have just clicked in just on time in this game. Cut out the unforced errors. Great shot.
Yeah, it's a bit receptive shot down the line. He hasn't used it.
Steinmann leads 2-1.
So just a 3-point deficit, I think, at one point, but Steinmann pulls it back. 14-minute third game. Number 3 seed takes it 11-8. 2-1 lead for the Swiss Jet.
Nervy times early in that game as Omar Mosaad was taking advantage of those opportunities that were given to him. But Steinmann just kept him in it with unforced errors. Just needed a bit of time to find his way. At the end of the game, he tightened things up. His defensive work to the back of the court was much more accurate, and then threw in some nice subtle changes. Just brought physicality into the contest where it was needed, and if he gets that right, you feel that he could pull away here, but needs to prove it, that he be good for him heading into a semi-final, also to have a clearer game in game 4.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Steinmann leads 2-1. Steinmann to serve, love all.
Steinmann in a good position here now with 2-1 lead. Played the best phase really from him at the end of that third.
One love.
Yeah, it just feels if he gets it right here, Vanessa, this could quickly be a situation where the lead is ballooning quickly in Steinmann's favour, because you see how easy once he sets it up at the front of the court and he can show 3 options. He only needs to do that a few times, and Mosaad is just not in. He's just not in a place anymore where he can keep defending that.
And
finish.
1-0.
Been very good, taking his chances on the backhand side short.
Down.
Yes, it was definitely down. Ball's proven slightly difficult to find at times. Now we got it back.
Thank you. Hand out.
Takes a good throw over that front wall. Oh, he's completely wrong-footed him there. Translation, please, Johnny.
First bit was, what is this? What's this does? Didn't hear the second bit.
Down.
Again, it's not. He's gone for an overhead
Hand out.
cross from behind himself.
3-2.
Doesn't need to do that, but Mosaad perhaps also just. I think it's a stage of the match where he's feeling he needs to take a few risks as well, Vanessa.
Stroke Steinmann. No, Mr. Mosaad, your ball was in the middle. You weren't clear. 4-2, left box.
He sort of went down the wrong side, Steinmann, but the triple post was nowhere near wide enough.
Stroke Steinmann. Right box, 5-2.
Yeah, the margins are just getting narrower for Omar Mosaad, as you can feel that he is just taking on more risk.
Thank you.
Doesn't see a way where he can
Left side.
work his way back into this game.
6-2.
grunts and groans coming from the Jet.
Beautifully played. He defended really well.
7-2.
Lob is also a shot.
Stroke Steinmann.
I've seen a lot of strokes. This is the drop off in intensity.
8-2.
And with that comes the quality. Mosaad really having much of a way back here as Steinmann's racing away with his 4th game.
Yeah, the hands on the hip. He's not enough for this.
Down.
So 8
10-2
match balls for Dimitri Steinmann for place in the semi-finals.
11-2, match to Steinmann. 3-game form. 7-11, 11-3, 11-8, 11-2.
With Mohamed ElShorbagy tomorrow. 45 minutes in duration. Dimitri Steinmann pulling back that 1-love deficit, taking it in 4 games, 7-11, 11-3, 11-8, 11-2. Let's hear from him.
I think I'd be getting this right by now, but big round of applause for Omar Mosaad. One of the true gentlemen of our sport. I had a nice conversation with him today. He was world #3, World Open finalist, and he was right here on our court here at Bow Valley Square. So thanks for coming, Omar. Good luck with everything. Hope to see you again. So Dimitri, I wanted to start there. You've actually only played Omar once in 2019, 5 years ago, probably different stages of your careers. What was it like sharing the court with someone with that pedigree and it's accomplished that much?
Yeah, I mean, Omar is a true legend of his generation. I grew up watching him, and he's always been an idol of mine because he hits the ball so hard. I always wanted to do that as well. So it's been a real honor sharing the court with him today, and yeah, I think what he shows at 36 is really, really impressive and inspiring to all of us, and I wish him all the best.
Now, last night you guys were mortal enemies, but tonight you had one of your brothers in your corner. Seems like you guys have patched the differences up. You had Yannick. I really enjoyed last year watching Nikki work with you guys, Nikki Mueller, and it seems like you guys have a real brotherhood there with the Swiss team. So talk about your teammates and how important that is to you.
I mean, yeah, for such a small country, we're doing pretty well in the squash world at the moment, and obviously it all started with Nikki, first Swiss player in the top 20 of the world. Really leading the way for me and for Yannick as well, and yeah, we have a real trio going on at the moment, and yeah, I think we'll see what's in store for us.
Okay, well, I know you like to get to your food after your post-match preparation. You've talked about chocolate, you talked about food. Just want to make sure that your billet doesn't eat as much food as you do. But I did see an homage to Mr. Michael Knapp with a couple of reverse boasts there. To his doubles game. So any words to your billets and what's up for tonight?
I guess same as always, dinner and movies. So and yeah, a good night's sleep and coffee in the morning. So I think it sounds like a great plan.
Sure does. Okay, everybody, what a great night of squash. 4 amazing matches. We'll see you back again tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Kudos to this crowd. They stick in right till the very end. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, Dimitri Steinmann making short work of this 4th game. Once he was able to get his tactics right, good organisation to the back of the court, he was very dominant around the front of the court. Omar Mosaad faded badly in that game. It was a great effort last night to get to this stage. He's still going strong at 36, but the reality's kicked in. And the younger opponent, who's got a lot of speed apparently, he got through. He'll have plenty of energy to face the #1 seed, Mohamed ElShorbagy, tomorrow night in the semis.
Well, that's it for quarterfinals evening. And it was the best match of the day, came up first. Fantastic effort by Nathan Lake, just came up short against Leonel Cardenas. Lost that one in 4 games. Victor Crouin coming through in a slightly awkward match against Nick Wall, also 4 games. And Mohamed ElShorbagy, very, very impressive, the #1 seed, taking down Gregoire Marche in straight games. And then the match you just witnessed, Dimitri Steinmann squeezing through against Omar Mosaad, also in 4. So that sets up 2 mouth-watering semi-finals for tomorrow. We'll be back at 6 p.m. local time for those 2 matches. Make sure you are back for that. See you tomorrow.